I've spent 15 years driving the backroads of the Pacific Northwest, mostly hauling timber or delivering specialized equipment to remote research stations. You get used to the silence out here. You get used to the way the pines seem to swallow the sound of your own engine, and how the fog rolls off the Cascades like a heavy, wet blanket. But there's a difference between the isolation you choose and the isolation that chooses you. I learned that difference 3 years ago on a stretch of road that, according to every satellite and surveyor in the state, shouldn't exist. I was 32 at the time, working as a freelance courier. It was a decent living if you didn't mind the long hours and the lack of company. My vehicle was a modified 2014 Ford F-150, reliable, sturdy, and equipped with an auxiliary fuel tank. I prided myself on my navigation skills. I didn't just rely on GPS. I kept a physical atlas in the passenger seat, a habit my father beat into me. Satellites go blind, Ben, he'd say. Paper doesn't. The job seemed routine, a sensitive document delivery to a private estate near the border of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. The pay was triple my usual rate, which should have been my first warning. The second warning was the map they sent me. It wasn't a digital file. It arrived in a plain manila envelope, a hand-drawn topographical map on heavy, vellum-like paper. I remember sitting in my kitchen, tracing the red ink of the route. It looked simple enough, cutting through a valley I knew well. But as I stared at it, I felt a strange prickle at the base of my neck. I blinked, and for a split second, I could have sworn one of the contour lines shifted. I dismissed it as eye strain. I was tired, overworked, and looking for reasons to be nervous about a high-paying gig. That was my first mistake. I rationalized the impossible because I wanted the money. I set out at 4:00 a.m. The world was that bruised shade of purple-gray that precedes a cold dawn. By the time I hit the Forest Service roads, the sun was up, but it didn't feel like morning. The light was thin and watery, failing to penetrate the density of the old-growth firs. I reached the first waypoint on the hand-drawn map, a rusted-out water tower, and pulled over to check my bearings. I opened the map on the steering wheel. My heart skipped a beat. The red line I had studied the night before wasn't where I remembered it. It now curved sharply to the left, bypassing a bridge I was certain I was supposed to cross. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a cold sweat break out despite the chill in the cab. I looked back at the road. To my left, where there had been nothing but a steep, impassable embankment moments ago, there was now a narrow, gravel-strewn turnoff. It was a clean cut, the gravel fresh and gray, as if it had been poured 10 minutes ago. There were no tire tracks, no footprints, just a path leading into a part of the woods that felt wrong. The air outside the truck had gone completely still. No birds, no wind in the needles, just the low, rhythmic thrum of my idling engine. I should have turned around then. I should have recognized that a road appearing out of thin air isn't a geographical fluke, it's an invitation. Instead, I shifted into gear. I told myself I'd just misread the map in the dim light of my kitchen. I told myself the turnoff had always been there, hidden by the shadows. I drove onto the new path, and as the trees closed in behind me, the silence became absolute. The further I drove, the more the landscape began to defy the logic of the terrain. I knew this valley, I knew the elevation changes, but the road was taking me upward at an angle that felt physically impossible. My altimeter stayed flat, yet through the windshield, the horizon seemed to tilt. I felt a wave of nausea, that seasick feeling you get when your inner ear disagrees with what your eyes are seeing. I stopped the truck again. I needed to breathe. I stepped out into the air, and the first thing I noticed was the smell. It wasn't the scent of pine or damp earth. It was the smell of ozone and old, dry paper, like a library that had been sealed for a century. I looked down at the map I was still clutching. The ink was moving. It wasn't a fast movement. It was slow, like a drop of oil spreading on water. The red line representing the road I was currently on was lengthening, drawing itself deeper into the green-shaded area of the forest. And behind it, the road I had just traveled was fading. The lines were thinning, the ink retreating into the fibers of the paper until the path back to the water tower was gone. In its place was a solid block of forest. I spun around to look back the way I came. The gravel road was still there, stretching back into the mist. But as I watched, a thick, unnaturally fast-growing vine crept across the path. Then another. Within seconds, the road 20 yards behind my bumper was being swallowed by undergrowth that looked decades old. Panic isn't a loud thing, not at first. It's a quiet, cold realization that the rules you live by have been suspended. I scrambled back into the cab and slammed the door, locking it as if a piece of glass and some thin metal could protect me from a geography that was rewriting itself. I grabbed my phone. No service. I tried my emergency radio. Static. Not the fuzzy, white noise static of a dead channel, but a rhythmic, pulsing sound, like someone breathing into a microphone from a long way off. I looked at the map again. A new landmark had appeared, a small black square labeled the surveyor's house. It was less than a mile ahead. Below it, in tiny, cramped handwriting that hadn't been there before, were the words, "Don't leave the ink." My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the wheel. I had two choices: stay here and wait for the forest to swallow the truck, or follow the only line left on the paper. I chose to drive. The road began to narrow. The trees on either side weren't just close, they were leaning inward, their branches interlacing to form a tunnel of gray wood. The light faded until I had to turn on my high beams. The beams didn't cut through the darkness. They seemed to hit a wall of it, reflecting back at me in a way that made the woods look like a flat, painted backdrop. Then the second anomaly hit, the one I couldn't explain away as a trick of the light or a hallucination brought on by stress. I passed a sign. It was a standard green highway sign, the kind that tells you the distance to the next town. But the text wasn't in English. It wasn't in any language I recognized. The characters were jagged, shifting shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. And as I passed it, I looked in my rearview mirror. The sign wasn't there anymore. In its place was a tall, thin figure standing in the middle of the road. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale surface where features should be, and it was holding a surveyor's transit level. It wasn't moving, it was just measuring. I didn't scream, I didn't have the breath for it. I floored the accelerator. The truck roared, the engine straining as if I were pulling a massive weight. I looked at the map on the seat. The red line was now vibrating, the ink bleeding red onto my upholstery. The surveyor's house was right around the next bend. I rounded the corner and slammed on the brakes. The house wasn't a house. It was a massive pile of discarded maps, thousands of them, stacked into the shape of a dwelling. They were fluttering in a wind I couldn't feel, pinned together by long, rusted surveyor's stakes. The engine of my truck sputtered and died. The silence returned, heavier than before. I sat there in the dark, the headlights flickering as the battery drained. Then a sound came from the pile of maps. Crinkle, crinkle, snap. Something was coming out. I reached for the heavy tire iron I kept under the seat, my knuckles white. My gut was screaming at me, a primal animal instinct that told me I was no longer the apex predator in this environment. I wasn't even a guest. I was a stray mark on a page that was being erased. A hand reached out from the folds of the paper house. It was covered in ink, dark, permanent stains that mapped out veins and tendons that didn't follow human anatomy. "You're off the route," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the house. It came from the speakers of my dead truck. "Let us fix the lines." I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack, the map, and my tire iron, and I bolted into the woods. I didn't follow the road. I ran toward the only thing that looked real, a distant, flickering light through the trees that didn't match the shifting gray of the map world. As I ran, I could hear the sound of paper tearing behind me. The forest wasn't just dark, it was two-dimensional. I brushed against a tree and it felt like cardboard. I stepped on a rock and it flattened under my boot like a crumpled drawing. The reality of the place was failing, peeling away in layers. I checked the map one last time as I ran. The red line was gone. The paper was blank, except for a single, tiny dot representing me. And moving toward that dot from all sides were dozens of small, black ink splatters. I reached the light. It was a ranger station, a real one, made of solid cedar and smelling of wood smoke. I burst through the door, collapsing on the floor in front of a stunned-looking officer. "Help," I gasped, clutching the blank map to my chest. The roads, they changed. The ranger didn't look surprised. He looked tired. He walked over, helped me up, and glanced at the paper in my hand. He didn't ask about the figure or the paper house. He just sighed. "It's another one from the Valley of the Fold," he muttered. He looked me in the eye, and there was a deep, haunting pity there. "You got out, kid. Most people just end up as a footnote on a page nobody reads." I drove home in a daze, but the terror didn't end at the forest's edge. A week later, I was cleaning out my truck when I found a small piece of that vellum paper tucked into the door handle. It wasn't blank anymore. It was a detailed map of my neighborhood. My house was marked with a red X. And leading from the forest all the way to my front door was a fresh, wet line of red ink. I don't drive the back roads anymore. I stay on the interstates, the big, bright, concrete veins where the world feels solid. But sometimes when I'm sitting in my living room, I hear a sound, a soft, rhythmic crinkle. I look at the walls, and I wonder if the floorboards under my feet are as thick as I think they are, or if I'm just living on the surface of someone else's drawing. Don't trust the shortcuts. Don't trust the maps that seem too easy. Because once the ink starts moving, there's no telling where the road ends or who's holding the pen. The ranger's name was Miller, but he didn't offer it until he'd locked the heavy oak door and drawn the iron bolt across it. He didn't ask to see my ID. He didn't call for a medic, even though my breath was coming in ragged, sobbing hitches and my hands were stained a dark, bruised purple from the map's ink. Instead, he walked over to a small kitchenette and poured 2 mugs of coffee so black they looked like oil. "Drink," he commanded. "It's got plenty of salt in it. Helps ground the senses when the geometry starts to slip." I took a sip. It tasted foul, bitter, and briny, but as the warmth hit my stomach, the vibrating edges of my vision began to steady. The room stopped feeling like a cardboard set. I looked down at my hands. The ink wasn't just on my skin. It seemed to be under it, tracing the lines of my palms like a new set of lifelines. "What is that place?" I whispered. My voice sounded thin, like it was being broadcast from a distant station. "The road, the house made of paper, the thing with the transit." Miller sat across from me, his uniform crisp but his eyes ancient. He didn't look like a man who spent his days checking campfire permits. He looked like a man who spent his nights guarding a border that wasn't on any globe. "The Gifford Pinchot is Old Ben," he said, using my name even though I hadn't given it to him. "But what's under it is older. Think of the world as a finished book. Everything is printed, bound, and set in its place. But before the book, there were drafts, there were sketches, there were ideas that the author decided didn't fit the final narrative. Usually those scraps are burned or buried. But sometimes, in places where the crust of reality is thin, places where the silence gets too heavy, the unfinished places blide through. He leaned forward, the light of a single kerosene lamp casting long, flickering shadows against the cedar walls. That map they gave you, that wasn't a guide, it was a contract. By tracing that route with your eyes, by following it with your wheels, you were agreeing to be part of the revision. You weren't driving on a road, you were being drawn into a margin. The surveyor, I said, the image of the faceless figure burned into my retinas. He was measuring me. Miller nodded grimly. The cartographers, they don't like anomalies. They don't like things that aren't properly scaled. To them, you're a smudge, an accidental drop of ink that needs to be scraped off or integrated into the new design. You're lucky you found this station. It's one of the few anchors left. It's built on logic, math, and cold, hard stone. They can't rewrite what's already been set in stone. I stayed at the station until sunrise. Miller didn't sleep. He sat by the window with a pair of binoculars, watching the tree line, not for bears or mountain lions, but for the way the shadows fell. He told me that if the shadows started to point toward the moon instead of away from the sun, we'd have to move to the cellar. When the sun finally broke over the horizon, a real golden sun that felt warm on my face, Miller led me back to my truck. It was sitting exactly where I'd left it, but it looked different. The paint was duller, the Ford logo on the grille slightly skewed, as if it had been redrawn by someone working from a fading memory. "Go home," Miller said, his voice low. "Stay on the highways. Don't use a GPS, and for the love of God, don't look at a map for at least a month. Your brain needs time to reharden. If you look at a map while the ink is still fresh in your mind, you might find yourself falling back in." I did exactly what he said. I drove straight to my small apartment in Olympia, eyes locked on the bumper of the car in front of me. I threw the physical atlas out of my passenger window halfway home, watching it flutter into a ditch like a dying bird. I didn't care about the document I was supposed to deliver. I didn't care about the triple pay. I just wanted to be in a place where the walls were made of drywall and the floor was made of wood. But the world doesn't just let you go once. You've seen the sketches underneath. The first week was quiet. I stayed inside, kept the lights on, and watched mindless television, shows with bright colors and loud noises that anchored me to the now. But then, the subtle things started. I'd be walking down my hallway and realize it felt a few feet longer than it had been the day before. I'd look at the wood grain on my kitchen table and see the faint, looping curves of a topographical map. Then came the discovery in the truck, that small, vellum scrap tucked into the door handle. Seeing my own house marked with that red X broke something inside me. It wasn't just a threat, it was a claim. The cartographers hadn't lost my trail, they were just rescaling the map. I spent the next 48 hours in a state of hypervigilance. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind against the siding sounded like the crinkle of heavy paper. I stopped sleeping. When I closed my eyes, I saw the red line, vibrating and bleeding, stretching out from the Gifford-Pinchot forest, winding through the foothills, crossing the interstate, and creeping up my driveway. On the third night, the smell returned. It started in the bathroom. I was washing my face, trying to scrub the phantom ink from my hands when I caught a whiff of it. Ozone, old, dry paper, the scent of a library that had been sealed for a century. I froze, water dripping from my chin, and looked into the mirror. My reflection was wrong. It wasn't that I looked different, it was the texture. My skin looked like it had been rendered in charcoal. The shadows under my eyes were too dark, too precise, as if they'd been shaded in with a 2B pencil. I reached out to touch the glass, and my finger didn't make a smudge. It made a sound. Grudge, like a pen dragging across a high-quality bond. I backed out of the bathroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stumbled into the living room and grabbed my phone to call Miller, but the screen was blank, not black blank. It was a white, luminous rectangle, devoid of icons or text. When I touched it, the glass felt like parchment. I ran to the front door and threw it open, desperate for the sight of the street, the neighbors' trash cans, the mundane reality of a Tuesday night. The street was gone. In its place was a vast white void, crisscrossed by faint blue grid lines. My house was sitting on a solitary island of reality, a small square of lawn and porch light surrounded by a draft. To my left, I could see the neighbor's house, but it was only half finished. The roof was a series of geometric outlines, and the siding was just the word cedar, written over and over in tiny, cramped script. "No," I whimpered, clutching the door frame. "No, no, no." I looked down at the porch steps. A red line was beginning to form on the wood. It was growing out from under the door, a wet, vibrant crimson that looked like blood but smelled like chemicals. It was drawing itself toward the edge of the void. "You're off the route," the air whispered. It wasn't a voice this time. It was the sound of the wind whistling through 1,000 tiny holes in a sheet of paper. "Let us fix the lines." I retreated into the house, slamming the door, but the interior was changing too. My sofa was flattening, the fabric losing its weave and becoming a flat, gray wash of color. The television on the wall was nothing but a rectangular X with the word media scrawled in the center. I was being erased. The X on the map wasn't my house, it was a deletion mark. I scrambled for my backpack, the one I'd carried out of the woods. I remembered the ranger's words. The cartographers don't like anomalies. I needed to be an anomaly. I needed to be something they couldn't draw. I found my heavy tire iron in the bottom of the bag. It felt cold. It felt heavy. It felt real. I gripped it so hard the metal bit into my palm. I also found something else, a small, crumpled receipt from a diner I'd visited before the delivery. It was greasy, stained with coffee, and had a phone number scribbled on the back in a messy human hand. It was a piece of the real world, a piece of the finished book. I ran to the kitchen, where the red line was already beginning to seep through the floorboards. The line was moving toward the center of the room, where a large, black ink splat was forming, the same kind of splat I'd seen on the blank map in the woods. From the center of the splat, a hand began to emerge. It was long, spindly, and made of tightly rolled parchment. It clutched a surveyor's stake, the tip of which was glowing with a pale, sickly light. "The scale is wrong," the creature hissed. It pulled itself up, its body a chaotic folding of maps and blueprints. It had no head, just a large brass compass where a face should be, the needle spinning wildly. "The subject is out of bounds." I didn't think. I swung the tire iron with every ounce of terror-fueled strength I had. The iron connected with the creature's shoulder. There was no sound of breaking bone. Instead, there was a loud crack, like a heavy book being slammed shut. The creature staggered back, a flurry of paper scraps erupting from the wound. I didn't stop. I lunged forward and shoved the greasy diner receipt into the center of its brass compass. The effect was instantaneous. The realness of the receipt, the grease, the human ink, the triviality of a ham and egg breakfast acted like a virus in the creature's geometric perfection. The compass needle began to smoke. The creature let out a sound like 1,000 pages being shredded at once. It began to fold in on itself, collapsing into a dense, black point of ink. As it vanished, the world around me snapped back. The void outside the door was replaced by the streetlights of Olympia. My sofa regained its cushions. The television flickered back to a late-night talk show. The red line on the floor vanished, leaving behind nothing but a faint, singed smell. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, clutching the tire iron to my chest like a holy relic. I didn't move for hours. I sat there until the sun came up, watching the floorboards, waiting for a line to appear. It didn't, but I knew I wasn't safe. I'd fought off a single surveyor, a lone editor trying to clean up a messy page, but the cartographers were still out there. The Gifford Pinchot was still full of unfinished places. I sold my truck the next day. I sold my house a week later. I moved to the desert, to a place where the landscape is nothing but sand and rock, horizontal, predictable, and hard to draw. I don't own a map. I don't use a phone. I navigate by the stars and the landmarks I can touch with my own hands. But sometimes I'll be standing in the middle of the desert, miles from the nearest road, and I'll feel a slight tilt in the horizon. I'll look down at my feet and see a perfectly straight red line cutting through the sand, disappearing into the heat shimmer. And then I'll hear it, the soft, rhythmic crinkle of the world being folded. I'm still on the page, I know that now. We all are. We're just the characters who think we're the authors, living in the spaces between the lines. I just have to keep moving, stay off the roots, and pray that whoever is holding the pen doesn't decide to turn the page. Because I've seen what happens to the footnotes, and I'm not ready to be erased just yet. I keep a pen in my pocket now, not to write with, but to remind myself of the power of a single mark. Sometimes, late at night, I'll take a piece of scrap paper and draw a circle. I'll draw it thick and dark, over and over again, until the ink bleeds through to the other side. "I am here," I'll whisper to the empty air. It's a small rebellion, a tiny, messy smudge on a perfect map, but as long as the ink is wet, I'm still part of the story. And as long as I'm part of the story, I'm still running. The road is long, and the margins are closing in, but I've learned one thing from the Valley of the Fold. The map isn't the territory, but if you aren't careful, the territory will become the map, and once you're on the paper, there's only one way out. You have to tear the page. I moved to a small town in Arizona called Bitter Springs, a place where the sun bleaches the color out of everything until the world looks like an overexposed photograph. I chose it because the desert doesn't allow for the ambiguity of forests. There are no layers of green to hide the peeling edges of reality, no shifting shadows to mask the presence of a paper house. Here, the ground is cracked and ancient, a geological record that feels too heavy to be rewritten. I took a job at a local salvage yard, surrounded by the rusted, jagged remains of things that were undeniably physical. Steel, oil, and dry rot. These were my anchors. For months, the silence was my sanctuary. I lived in a trailer on the edge of the yard, a tin box that rattled in the wind. I liked the rattling. It reminded me that the walls were made of metal, not vellum. I avoided the town's library and the local gas stations with their spinning racks of travel guides. I lived a life without coordinates, navigating by the silhouette of the mesas and the position of the sun. I thought I had successfully fallen off the grid, the literal grid, the one the cartographers used to keep the world in its proper proportions. Then the mail started coming. It wasn't addressed to me. There was no name on the envelopes, no stamps, no postmarks. They were just there, tucked into the rusted slit of my mailbox at the end of the dirt track. The first one was a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper. I didn't want to open it, but the curiosity was a dull ache in my chest, a reminder of the ink still staining the deeper layers of my skin. I opened it with trembling fingers. It wasn't a letter. It was a topographical sketch of a mountain range I didn't recognize. The lines were impossibly fine, drawn with a precision that made my eyes water. In the center of the map was a small, hand-drawn icon of a surveyor's transit. Below it, a single line of text in elegant, flowing script. The revision is incomplete. You are holding a loose thread. I burned the paper in a coffee can, watching the edges curl and blacken. But the smoke didn't smell like burning wood or paper. It smelled like ozone and old, dry libraries. It smelled like the Gifford Pinchot. That night the desert changed. I stepped out of my trailer to smoke, and the stars were wrong. They weren't the scattered, chaotic diamonds of the Nevada sky. They were arranged in perfect, concentric circles, like a diagram from a celestial atlas. The Milky Way looked like a brushstroke of white ink, the edges too sharp, the gradients too controlled. I looked down at the ground, and the shadows of the junked cars didn't stretch toward the horizon. They pooled beneath the chassis in perfect, ink-black squares. "Miller," I whispered to the empty air. "Miller, what do I do?" The ranger had told me to stay on the highways, to keep my mind hard, but the highways were just lines on a map to the people who held the pen. I realized then that Miller hadn't given me a way out. He'd only given me a stay of execution. The cartographers didn't lose subjects. They just waited for the ink to dry before they moved the cursor. I went back inside and grabbed my tire iron. It was my only weapon, a piece of cold, hard logic in a world that was becoming increasingly conceptual. I sat on my bed, the metal bar across my knees, and waited. At 3:00 a.m., the crinkling began. It didn't come from outside. It came from the walls of the trailer. I watched in horror as the corrugated metal began to lose its texture. The rust spots didn't flake. They blurred, becoming brown watercolor washes. The rivets flattened into two-dimensional dots. My tin sanctuary was being redrawn. I lunged for the door, but the handle was no longer metal. It was a drawing of a handle, a clever bit of trompe l'oeil that smeared under my grip. I screamed, a raw, jagged sound that felt too loud for the flattening room, and swung the tire iron at the wall. The iron tore through the aluminum like it was wet tissue paper. Behind the wall, there was no desert. There was only a vast, white expanse of grid paper, stretching out into an infinite, featureless horizon. Standing in that void, 100 yards away, was the surveyor. It was taller than the one I'd encountered in the house. Its body was a complex lattice of folding rulers and architectural scales, clicking and whirring as it moved. It didn't have the brass compass for a head. Instead, it had a large, multifaceted lens that glowed with a cold, blue light. It was measuring the distance between my trailer and the edge of the finished world. Subject 704B, a voice vibrated through the floorboards. It wasn't a human voice. It was the sound of a plotter printer, a rhythmic, mechanical hum. You have exceeded the margins of the current draft. You are a stray mark. You are noise in the signal. "I'm a human being," I yelled, stepping through the jagged hole in my wall and onto the white grid. The ground felt like cold plastic, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. "I'm not a drawing." The surveyor's lens clicked, zooming in on me. Humanity is a set of variables. You are a variable that no longer correlates with the established geography. You have seen the fold. You have tasted the ink. You are contaminated by the process. The creature began to move toward me. It's spindly. ruler limbs unfolding with terrifying speed. As it moved, it left a trail of wet, black ink on the white grid, a new road being drawn in real time. I looked down at the tire iron. It was the only thing in this white void that still had weight, still had a shadow that wasn't a perfect square. I remembered what I'd done to the first surveyor. I needed to be an anomaly. I needed to break the scale. I didn't run away from the creature. I ran toward it. The surveyor paused, its lens spinning in confusion. It wasn't used to noise moving toward it. Its entire existence was based on the orderly categorization of things, the movement of points from a to be along a predetermined line. My aggression was a mathematical error. As I closed the distance, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the only other real thing I had left, a small plastic lighter I'd bought at a truck stop. It was cheap, mass-produced, and filled with flammable liquid, a chaotic chemical mess that the cartographers couldn't possibly have drafted. I sparked the lighter. The flame was a tiny, flickering orange tongue, the only warm color in the cold blue and white world. The surveyor recoiled, its lens shuttering. Fire wasn't a line. Fire wasn't a measurement. Fire was a transformation, a state of being that defied the static nature of a map. The scale, the creature shrieked, the sound of tearing paper reaching a deafening crescendo. The scale is compromised. I swung the tire iron, not at the creature's body, but at the ground beneath its feet. I didn't hit the grid. I imagined the tire iron as a needle, piercing the surface of the world. The paper of the grid tore. It didn't break like stone or dirt. It ripped. A jagged black chasm opened up beneath the surveyor, a hole into the absolute nothingness that lay beneath the draft. The creature tried to catch itself, its ruler arms flailing, but there was nothing to grip. It slid into the darkness, its blue lens fading into a tiny, distant spark before vanishing entirely. I stood at the edge of the rip, my chest heaving, the lighter still flickering in my hand. The world didn't snap back this time. The grid remained. My trailer sat like a broken toy on the white expanse, its interior half erased. I realized then that I couldn't go back to the finished world. I had torn the page, and once the page is torn, you can't just tape it back together. I looked out into the white void. In the distance, I could see other shapes, other errors. There was a half-drawn skyscraper that leaned at an impossible angle. There was a forest of trees that were nothing but vertical lines. And far, far away, I saw a flicker of a green light, a real, messy, flickering green that looked like a ranger's signal lamp. Miller, or someone like him. I didn't have a map, I didn't have a route, but for the first time since I'd picked up that vellum atlas in the Gifford Pinchot, I wasn't afraid. The cartographers could draw the world, but they couldn't draw the person walking across it. I turned away from my broken trailer and started walking into the white. Every step I took felt like a smudge on a clean sheet of paper. Every breath I took was a defiance of the geometry. I don't know where the road leads now. I don't know if there even is a road. But I know one thing. I'm not a footnote anymore. I'm the ink that refuses to dry. I'm the line that won't stay straight. I'm the error in the map, and as long as I keep moving, they can never finish the drawing. The white void was silent, but it wasn't empty. As I walked, I began to see the debris of 1,000 discarded realities. I passed a car that was made entirely of glass, its engine a complex clockwork of gears that didn't touch. I saw a telephone pole that sprouted real, fleshy ears, twitching at the sound of my footsteps. These were the ideas the author had abandoned, the drafts that were too strange, too beautiful, or too broken to be part of the final book. I realized then that the real world, the one with the interstates and the drywall and the Tuesday nights, was just a tiny, curated garden in the middle of a vast, chaotic wilderness of thought. The cartographers weren't creators, they were gardeners. They were trying to keep the wilderness from encroaching on the garden, and I was a weed that had learned how to walk. The green light in the distance grew brighter. It wasn't a lamp. It was a tear in the white, a jagged opening that showed a glimpse of a real forest. I could smell the damp earth, the rotting leaves, the sharp scent of pine. It was the Gifford Pinchot. I ran toward it, my boots thudding on the plastic grid. The white world began to vibrate, a low hum that escalated into a roar. The cartographers were trying to close the tier. I saw the blue lines of the grid begin to shift, weaving together to form a barrier, a wall of pure geometry. I didn't slow down. I gripped the tire iron in one hand and the flickering lighter in the other. I wasn't just a smudge anymore. I was a fire. I reached the barrier and swung. The tire iron met the blue lines with a shower of sparks. The grid buckled, the lines snapping like over-tensioned wires. I shoved the lighter into the gap, the flame licking at the conceptual fabric of the wall. The barrier dissolved. I tumbled through the tier, falling onto a bed of soft, wet needles. The air was cold and thick with mist. I was back in the forest. But it wasn't the gray, two-dimensional version I'd seen before. The trees were solid. The mud was real. The silence was the natural, heavy silence of the woods, not the pressurized silence of the fold. I stood up, shaking the pine needles from my clothes. A few feet away, leaning against a massive cedar tree, was Miller. He didn't look surprised. He looked like he'd been waiting for a very long time. He held a thermos in one hand and a tattered, hand-drawn map in the other. "You took the long way," he said, his voice a low rumble that felt like the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. "I tore the page," I gasped, my lungs burning with the cold air. Miller nodded, a small, grim smile touching his lips. "Good, that's the only way the story changes." He handed me the thermos. The coffee was black, bitter, and salty. It tasted like home. "What now?" I asked, looking back at the spot where I'd emerged. There was nothing there but the trunk of a tree and a patch of ferns. The tier had closed. Miller looked up at the canopy, where the first light of dawn was beginning to filter through the branches. "Now we keep moving. The cartographers will start a new draft. They always do. But every time someone tears the page, the garden gets a little smaller and the wilderness gets a little closer." He started walking, his boots making a solid, rhythmic crunch on the forest floor. I followed him, the tire iron still tucked into my belt. We didn't follow a trail. We didn't look at a map. We just walked into the trees, two stray marks on a world that was still being written, moving toward a horizon that hadn't been drawn yet. The woods were deep and the road was gone, but for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. I was going off the map. Miller walked with a heavy, deliberate gait that suggested he wasn't just traversing the forest, but anchoring himself to it. Every time his heels struck the dirt, it felt like a statement of fact. We hiked for hours in a silence that wasn't uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who had survived a collapse and were now wary of any sound that didn't have a physical source. The Gifford Pinchot was different now. The trees didn't feel like props in a theater. They had bark that flaked under my touch, sticky with resin that stained my fingers, a messy, organic reality that the cartographers seemed to loathe. I kept checking my palms, half expecting the ink to start swirling again, but the skin remained pale and scarred. The tire iron clinked against my hip, a constant, metallic reassurance. "Where are we going?" I finally asked, my voice sounding thin against the vastness of the timber. Miller didn't turn around, to a place they haven't titled yet. Most people think the world is finished, that every square inch has been measured and named. But the earth is old and it's deep. There are pockets that didn't take to the ink, places where the paper is too thick to be folded. Like the Valley of the Fold. "No," Miller said, pausing to climb over a fallen hemlock. "The valley is a workspace. It's where they practice. I'm talking about the unfinished places, the margins. If you stay in the margins, they can't find a coordinate to pin you down." As the sun climbed higher, the mist began to burn off, but the light felt strange. It wasn't the harsh, bleaching sun of Arizona or the flat, gray light of the Fold. It was dappled and shifting, full of colors that didn't have names, purples that looked like bruises and greens that felt like velvet. We reached a ridge overlooking a deep, narrow canyon. At the bottom, a river ran, but it didn't flow like water. It moved in slow, rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat. "That's the arterial," Miller said, gesturing toward the canyon. "It's one of the few things they couldn't map. They tried to dam it back in the 50s, tried to turn it into a reservoir. The blueprints kept changing overnight. The concrete wouldn't set. Eventually, they just drew a line over it on the official maps and told people it was a seasonal creek." We descended into the canyon, the air growing cooler and smelling of wet stone and ancient moss. The deeper we went, the more the world seemed to lose its rigid edges. The rocks were smooth, almost soft to the touch, and the trees grew in spirals, their branches interlacing like the fingers of a giant. "I thought I killed one," I said, thinking of the surveyor in the white void, the one with the lens. Miller stopped and looked at me, his eyes dark and unreadable. "You didn't kill it. You can't kill a concept, Elias. You just displaced it. You sent it back to the inkwell. It'll be back, but it'll have to be redrawn first. That gives us time." "Time for what?" "To find the others," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his tattered map. He laid it flat on a mossy boulder. It wasn't a map of roads or topography. It was a map of people. Small, hand-inked dots were scattered across the vellum, some glowing with a faint amber light, others dark and extinguished. "There are more of us?" I asked, leaning in. "The displaced," Miller whispered. "The ones who fell through the cracks. The ones who saw the red lines and didn't look away. We're the footnotes that started walking. We're the reason the map is never finished." He pointed to a dot near the edge of the paper, one that was flickering violently. "This one is in trouble. A town called Oakhaven. It's a planned community, built entirely on a new draft. The architecture is too perfect, the streets too straight. The cartographers are trying to optimize it. They're erasing the residents who don't fit the aesthetic. And what are we supposed to do? We're just men with tire irons and old maps." Miller folded the paper carefully, his fingers tracing the creases. "We're the grit in the gears, Elias. A map only works if the paper is smooth. If we can make the world messy enough, the ink won't take. We're going to Oakhaven to make a mess." We followed the pulsing river for the rest of the day. As we walked, I noticed the flora changing. Flowers bloomed that looked like origami, their petals sharp and geometric, but when I touched them, they bled real nectar. It was as if the world was caught in a permanent struggle between being a thing and being an idea of a thing. That night we camped under a rock overhang. Miller didn't build a fire. He said the light of a flame was too easy to track from the above, the place where the pens were held. Instead, he pulled out a small glass jar filled with bioluminescent moss. It cast a soft, green glow that didn't throw long shadows. Tell me about the cartographers, I said, leaning back against the cold stone. Are they gods? Miller laughed a dry, hacking sound. Gods, no, they're bureaucrats, highly advanced, multidimensional bureaucrats. They don't care about us, not really. They care about the project. The project is a perfect, finished world where everything is in its place and there are no surprises. No death, no birth, just a static, beautiful image. We're the mold on the painting. We're the things that grow and change and ruin the composition. Then the author. Miller's expression darkened. The author is the one who started the first line. Maybe they're still writing, or maybe they walked away a long time ago and left the editors in charge. It doesn't matter. The result is the same. We're being edited out of existence. I looked at my hands in the green light. I thought about my truck, my house, the life I'd tried to build in the desert. It all felt like a dream I'd had while reading a book. I don't want to be a character, I said. Then stop acting like one, Miller replied. Characters follow plots. They have motivations and arcs. They do what's expected of them. If you want to stay real, you have to be unpredictable. You have to be an anomaly. The next morning, the canyon widened out into a broad, flat valley. In the distance, I could see the shimmering outlines of Oak Haven. It looked like a postcard, the houses painted in muted pastels, the lawns a uniform, vibrant green. But even from a distance, I could see the problem. The town didn't sit on the land, it sat above it, like a sticker that hadn't been pressed down all the way. The edges of the town were sharp and white, bleeding into the natural brown of the valley floor. Look, Miller whispered, pointing toward the center of the town. A giant translucent ruler was descending from the sky. It was miles long, its markings glowing with a pale blue light. It swept slowly across the rooftops, and as it passed, the houses changed. A Victorian-style home with a wraparound porch was suddenly replaced by a sleek, modern box of glass and steel. A park filled with oak trees was flattened into a paved parking lot in a single, silent blink. They're rezoning, I whispered, horror rising in my throat. They're simplifying, Miller corrected. Complexity is hard to draw. Minimalism is easier to maintain. We moved toward the town, keeping to the tall grass. As we reached the perimeter, the air began to hum with that familiar mechanical vibration. The grass under my feet became stiffer, turning into green plastic blades that didn't bend when I stepped on them. The smell of the forest vanished, replaced by the scent of new car interiors and fresh paint. We crossed the line into Oak Haven. The street was called Avenue A. It was perfectly straight, stretching toward a horizon that seemed to curve upward. There were no cracks in the sidewalk, no weeds in the gutters, no birds in the sky. The silence was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket. Where are the people? I asked. In their houses, Miller said, waiting for the next update. They don't even know they're being edited. They think the world has always looked like this. Memory is the first thing the cartographers rewrite. We walked down Avenue A, our boots sounding like gunshots on the pristine pavement. Suddenly, a door opened in one of the pastel houses. A woman stepped out. She was wearing a yellow sundress that looked like it had been painted onto her body. Her face was symmetrical, her hair a perfect, static wave of blonde. She was carrying a watering can, but when she tipped it over a bed of plastic petunias, nothing came out but a stream of gray pixels. She saw us and stopped. Her eyes were wide, but they didn't have any depth. They looked like marbles. "You're not in the specs," she said, her voice a flat, synthesized tone. "We're just passing through, ma'am," Miller said, his hand resting on the hilt of a heavy knife I hadn't seen before. The neighborhood association didn't approve your presence, she continued, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. You are a visual disturbance. You are lowering the property value of the reality. She dropped the watering can. It didn't clatter. It hit the ground with a soft thud and dissolved into a pile of pencil shavings. Miller, I said, stepping back. Something's wrong. The sky above Oakhaven began to darken, but not with clouds. It was as if a giant hand was shading in the blue with a heavy, leaden pencil. The sun became a flat, yellow disk. The shadows of the houses began to grow, stretching out across the street like long, black fingers. The surveyors are coming, Miller said, drawing his knife. They've detected the noise. From the end of the street, 3 figures emerged. They weren't the spindly, mechanical creatures I'd seen before. These were correctors. They looked like men in gray suits, but their faces were blank, featureless planes of white skin. They carried long, silver cylinders that looked like oversized erasers. Subject 704B and Associate, the lead corrector said, its voice echoing from somewhere deep within its chest. You are requested to stand still for deletion. Your presence is causing a rendering error in the southeast quadrant. Not today, Miller gritted out. He turned to me. Elia's the tire iron. Hit the ground, not the men the ground. Break the perspective. I didn't ask questions. I swung the tire iron with every ounce of strength I had, slamming it into the perfect gray pavement. The ground didn't crack, it rippled. The blow sent a wave of distortion through the street, like a pebble thrown into a still pond. The straight lines of avenue buckled and warped. The houses on either side began to lean, their walls stretching and thinning like taffy. The correctors stumbled, their feet losing purchase on the shifting geometry. Again, Miller yelled, lunging forward and stabbing his knife into the air. He wasn't hitting the correctors, he was cutting the sky. Where his blade passed, thin black slits appeared in the blue, revealing the white grid paper behind the world. I swung again and again. Each impact felt like I was breaking a bone in the world's body. The woman in the yellow dress began to flicker, her form alternating between the blonde woman and a series of rough charcoal sketches. She screamed, a sound like feedback from a speaker, and vanished into a cloud of dust. The correctors regained their balance and pointed their silver cylinders at us. A beam of white light shot out from the lead one, hitting a nearby mailbox. The mailbox didn't explode, it simply ceased to be. Where it had stood, there was now only a white, empty space in the shape of a mailbox. They're erasing the layer, Miller shouted. Move. We ran, but the street was no longer a street. It was a chaotic mess of half-drawn shapes and shifting planes. I had to jump over a section of the sidewalk that had turned into a flight of stairs leading nowhere. I ducked under a tree that was losing its leaves, not to the wind, but to a giant, invisible eraser that was scrubbing them from the sky. We reached the center of Oakhaven, where a large, circular fountain stood. The water in the fountain was frozen in a perfect, crystalline arc, a sculpture of a moment that would never end. The anchor, Miller pointed to the base of the fountain. That's what's holding the draft in place. Destroy it, and the whole town reverts to the previous version. I ran toward the fountain, but the lead corrector was faster. It stepped in front of me, its blank face inches from mine. I could smell the ozone again, the dry, sterile scent of the office. You are an unfinished thought, the corrector whispered, and thoughts are meant to be forgotten. It raised the silver cylinder toward my chest. I felt a coldness spreading through my heart, a sensation of being thinned out, of losing my weight, my history, my name. I looked down and saw my hand becoming transparent, the lines of my palm fading into a faint gray sketch. "No," I roared. I didn't use the tire iron, I used the pen. I pulled the thick black marker from my pocket, the one I'd used to draw circles in the desert, and I stabbed it into the corrector's blank face. The ink exploded. It wasn't a normal stain. The ink was a concentrated blast of reality, a chaotic, messy liquid that the corrector's form couldn't process. The black liquid raced across the white skin, filling in the features that weren't supposed to be there. Eyes formed wide, terrified human eyes. A mouth appeared, twisted in a silent scream. The corrector began to thrash, its gray suit turning into a riot of colors, its silver cylinder melting into a puddle of lead. The creature collapsed, no longer a corrector, but a heap of contradictory drawings. The other two correctors paused, their logic circuits overwhelmed by the sight of their comrade being humanized. "The fountain, alias," Miller screamed. I turned and swung the tire iron at the base of the fountain. The stone shattered, but beneath it wasn't more stone. It was a large brass compass, identical to the head of the surveyor I.D. fought in the house. It was spinning rapidly, its needle pointing toward the sky. I smashed the compass. The sound was like 1,000 windows breaking at once. The world of Oakhaven didn't just fall apart, it inverted. The pastel houses folded into themselves, the white sky rushed down to meet the ground, and for a second I was back in the white void, surrounded by the debris of 1,000 deleted dreams. Then the weight returned. The smell of pine hit me like a physical blow. The dampness of the earth, the cold bite of the wind, the sound of a real bird chirping in the distance. I opened my eyes and found myself lying in a field of wild, tangled weeds. The houses were gone. The straight streets were gone. In their place were the ruins of an old, abandoned town, rotting wood, rusted metal, and the slow, steady encroachment of the forest. Miller was sitting nearby, breathing hard, his knife stuck in the ground between his boots. He looked older, more tired, but he was smiling. "We did it," I panted, sitting up. "We broke the draft." "For now," Miller said, looking at the ruins. "But look." He pointed to a nearby wall of a crumbling general store. There, painted in fresh, bright red paint, was a single, perfectly straight line. It ran across the wood, through the weeds, and disappeared into the trees. The revision wasn't over. It was just beginning. "They're already redrawing it," I said, a cold dread settling in my stomach. "They never stop, Elias," Miller said, standing up and offering me a hand. "But neither do we. We've got a long way to go, and the ink is still wet." I took his hand and stood up. My hand was solid again, the lines of my palm deep and dark. I looked at the red line, then at the forest, then at the pen in my pocket. The map wasn't the territory, and as long as I had a pen of my own, the territory would never be the map. We started walking again, two messy, unpredictable marks on a world that was trying to be perfect. And somewhere, far above the paper, I imagined I could hear the sound of a pen scratching against a page, hesitating, before moving on to the next chapter. The red line didn't just sit on the surface of the ruins. It seemed to vibrate, a low-frequency hum that set my teeth on edge. It was a laser-straight boundary cutting through the chaos of the natural world, indifferent to the rot of the wood or the curve of the stones. It reminded me of a surgical incision. "Don't step over it," Miller warned, his voice tight. He was watching the line as if it were a sleeping predator. If you're on the wrong side when the layer populates, you'll be integrated. You won't die, Elias. You'll just become part of the background, a fence post, a shadow, a piece of the vibe the cartographers decided on for the next pass. We skirted the edge of the ruins, keeping the red line to our left. The transition was jarring. To our right, the forest was deep, dark, and messy, the way a forest should be, with the smell of decaying leaves and the erratic scuttle of insects. To our left, the red line pulsed, and the space beyond it began to fill with a shimmering, translucent haze. It was like watching a photograph develop in slow motion, but instead of chemicals, it was reality itself being poured into a mold. "Where are we going now?" I asked. My voice felt thin in the vast silence of the clearing. "To the spine," Miller said. "Every map has a fold, a place where the paper is weakest because it's been bent back and forth 1,000 times. That's where the resistance gathers. If we can reach the spine, we can get you a proper kit. That tire iron is a good blunt force tool for breaking geometry, but you're going to need something that can navigate the deeper layers." As we walked, the oak haven that had been the perfect plastic nightmare continued to reconstruct itself behind us, but it was different this time. The cartographers were overcompensating. The new version of the town appearing in the haze was brutalist, all gray concrete and sharp angles, a fortress of logic designed to repel the anomalies we had introduced. "They're learning from us," I muttered. "They aren't learning," Miller corrected, stepping over a fallen log that was half entwined with a shimmering blue wire that shouldn't have existed. "They're adjusting the parameters. They don't have the capacity for learning in the human sense. They just run simulations until the error, that's us, is eliminated. We're a bug in the code, Elias, and they're currently running a very expensive debugger." We hiked for hours, moving upward into the foothills that bordered the valley. The air grew thinner, and the light took on a sepia tone, as if we were walking through an old photograph that had been left in the sun too long. My legs ached, a deep, grounding pain that I welcomed because it felt real. It was a reminder that I wasn't just a sketch. By late afternoon, we reached a narrow pass between two jagged peaks. Miller stopped at the mouth of a cave that looked like a jagged tear in the side of the mountain. He didn't go in immediately. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a heavy brass compass, not like the one I'd smashed, but one that looked older, more mechanical. The needle didn't point north. It spun in lazy, erratic circles. "The spine is close," he whispered. "The orientation is failing. That's a good sign." We entered the cave. It wasn't dark. The walls were lined with a substance that looked like crystallized ink, glowing with a faint, ultraviolet radiance. As we moved deeper, the sound of the world outside, the wind, the birds, the distant hum of the red lines, faded into a heavy, pressurized silence. "Miller," I said, my voice echoing strangely. "The guy I saw in the void, the one with the lens, he called me a placeholder. What did he mean?" Miller slowed his pace but didn't look back. In the first draft of any world, you need figures to fill the space, to test the lighting, to see how the roads feel under a footstep. Some placeholders are discarded, some are refined into characters with names and histories, and some just stay in the margins, forgotten but not erased. You were supposed to be a background extra in a desert town that was slated for deletion years ago, but you didn't delete. You stayed in the frame after the camera moved on. "And you?" "I was a cartographer's apprentice," Miller said, his voice dropping to a rasp. "A long time ago, I was the one who held the ruler. I was the one who decided which trees stayed and which ones were scrubbed. But I made a mistake. I fell in love with a variable." He stopped in front of a heavy, iron door embedded directly into the ink crystal wall. There was no handle, no keyhole. just a series of grooves that looked like a fingerprint. "What happened to her?" I asked. Miller placed his hand against the door. She was optimized. They turned her into a sunset, a beautiful, repeatable 3-minute loop of orange and purple that happens every evening over a coastal town in Sector 4. I go there sometimes. I sit on the pier and watch her happen, but she doesn't know me. She's just physics now. The door groaned and swung inward. Beyond the door was not a cave, but a sprawling, subterranean workshop that defied every law of perspective. Tables were tilted at 45-degree angles, yet the tools on them didn't slide off. Reams of vellum hung from the ceiling like drying laundry, covered in shifting, holographic blueprints. In the center of the room, a dozen people were huddled around a massive, circular table. They looked like us, weather-beaten, tired, dressed in clothes that were a patchwork of different eras and styles. One man wore a tattered Union Army jacket over a modern flight suit. A woman had a crown of copper wires woven into her hair, sparking occasionally with static. "Miller," the woman said, stepping forward. Her eyes were a vibrant, unnatural violet. "We saw the ripples from the valley. You made a hell of a mess in Oak Haven." "Elias made the mess," Miller said, gesturing toward me. "I just provided the transport." The group turned to look at me. It wasn't a friendly gaze. It was the look of people who were constantly checking for flaws, for inconsistencies, for the telltale shimmer of a render error. "He's the one from the fold," a man with a prosthetic arm made of clockwork asked. "The one who displaced a surveyor with a marker pen." "He's the one," Miller confirmed. The woman with the copper hair walked up to me. She smelled like ozone and old books. She reached out and touched the bridge of my nose, her fingers cold as ice. "He's dense," she remarked, almost to herself. "His resolution is high, almost too high for this layer." "Sarah is our anchor," Miller explained. "She keeps this place from being overwritten. She spends 16 hours a day dreaming about this room, making sure every detail stays exactly where it is. If she stops dreaming, the cartographers find the coordinate, and we all turn into white noise." "We don't have much time," Sarah said, turning back to the table. "The revision in the valley is moving faster than we anticipated. They aren't just rezoning, they're flattening. They're pulling the depth out of the entire sector. If they succeed, the spine will be exposed." She gestured for me to come to the table. Spread across it was a map, but it wasn't a flat sheet. It was a 3-dimensional model made of light and shadow, representing the world we had just walked through. I saw the canyon, the river, and the growing, gray block that was the new Oak Haven. "This is the arterial," Sarah said, pointing to the pulsing river. "It's not water, it's the raw ink of the author. It's the only thing the cartographers can't control because it flows from outside the margins. We've been trying to tap into it, to use it as a weapon, but it's too volatile. It erases everything it touches, including us." "But Elias touched the inkwell," Miller said, "and he's still standing." They all looked at my hands again. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. "I didn't touch a river," I said. "I just used a pen I found in my truck." "The pen wasn't in your truck, Elias," Miller said softly. "The pen was a gift. Someone not a cartographer and certainly not a surveyor dropped it into your narrative. Someone wants the map to change." "The author," I whispered. "Laura Creddick," the clockwork man grunted. Sarah leaned over the map, her violet eyes reflecting the holographic light. "There is a junction 3 miles north of here, the intersection of 3 fates. It's a place where 3 different drafts of reality overlap. The cartographers are terrified of it because the geometry is impossible to resolve. They've walled it off with a dead zone, a patch of absolute nothingness. We need to get there, Miller said. If we can puncture the dead zone and bleed the arterial into the intersection, it will create a permanent, unfinished place, a sanctuary that can never be mapped. It's a suicide mission, the Clockwork Man said. The dead zone isn't just empty space, it's an eraser. You step into it and your memories go first, then your name, then your skin. By the time you reach the center, you're just a blank page. Not if we have a tether, Sarah said. She looked at me. Elias, you are the most real thing in this sector. Your narrative weight is immense. If we can link you to the spine, you might be able to walk through the vacuum without dissolving. You could carry the ink to the junction. And what happens to me? I asked. Do I get to go home, back to my truck? The room went silent. Miller looked away. Sarah's expression softened, which was somehow worse than her coldness. There is no home, Elias, she said gently. The desert you remember was a draft that was thrown away years ago. You've been living in a ghost image. If you go back there, you'll just be a memory in an empty room. But here you can be the hand that holds the pen. I looked at my hands. I thought about the man with the lens, the way he'd looked at me like I was a smudge on a lens. I thought about the woman in the yellow dress turning into charcoal lines. I didn't want to be a hero. I just wanted things to stay where I put them. I wanted the world to stop shifting under my feet. How do we do it? I asked. Sarah led me to the back of the workshop, where a massive machine sat, humming with the sound of 1,000 bees. It looked like a printing press crossed with a gallows. There were needles, glass tubes, and a seat made of worn leather. This will graft a margin to your soul, Sarah said. It will make you invisible to the surveyors, but it will also make you a stranger to the world. You'll be the person people forget the moment they stop looking at you. You'll be the typo that nobody notices. I sat in the chair. The leather felt cold. Miller stood by my side, his hand on my shoulder. It's going to hurt, he warned. Being redefined always does. Sarah began to work the controls. The needles descended, glowing with that same ultraviolet light. I felt a sharp prick at the base of my skull, and then the world exploded into a riot of sensory overload. I wasn't just in the room anymore. I was everywhere. I was the ink in the river. I was the red line in the forest. I was the white void where the surveyors lived. I saw the world for what it was, a fragile, beautiful, terrifying construction of lines and logic, held together by the sheer will of an entity that had long since stopped caring about the details. I saw the above. It wasn't a heaven, it was a vast, sterile office. I saw rows upon rows of desks where entities with too many fingers worked silently over glowing tablets. I saw the wastebasket, a swirling vortex of discarded realities where billions of unfinished lives screamed in silence. And I saw the master map, a shimmering curtain of light that spanned the entire horizon, every inch of it covered in tiny, moving dots. One of the dots was me. It was flickering. A hand, a massive, pale hand that filled my entire field of vision, reached down from the sky, holding a silver eraser. It was moving toward me. Elias, stay with the narrative. Miller's voice pulled me back. I gasped, my lungs burning as if I'd been underwater for an hour. The workshop came back into focus. The needles were retracting, stained with a dark, iridescent fluid. I felt lighter, but not in a way that felt like vanishing. I felt like I had been trimmed. The excess, the doubt, the placeholder, parts of me had been cut away, leaving only the core. The graft is holding, Sarah said, her voice sounding far away. But the cartographers know someone just accessed the spine. The above is looking for the leak. We have to move, Miller said, pulling me out of the chair. I stood up, and for the first time, I didn't feel the floor. I didn't feel the weight of my boots. I felt like I was walking on air, yet I left deep, heavy footprints in the dust of the cave. I looked in a mirror on the wall and recoiled. My reflection was blurred, like a photo taken of someone moving too fast. My features were there, but they refused to stay in focus. I was a smudge, a ghost in the machine. Here, Sarah said, handing me a glass vial. Inside, a single drop of the arterial river pulsed like a dying star. This is the ink. Don't open it until you reach the center of the intersection. If you drop it before then, you'll erase yourself. I took the vial. It was heavier than it looked. Miller will take you as far as the dead zone, Sarah continued. But he can't go in. He's too tied to the old drafts. He'd dissolve in seconds. From the edge of the vacuum, you're on your own. We left the spine through a different exit, one that led out onto a high, windswept ridge. Below us, the world was a patchwork of horror. The flattening had begun in earnest. Miles of forest were being sucked into a two-dimensional plane, becoming a flat, green painting on the floor of the valley. The mountains in the distance were losing their shadows, becoming simple gray triangles against a white sky. They're clearing the canvas, Miller whispered. They're getting ready for a total revision. Then let's go give them something they can't draw, I said. We descended the ridge, moving toward the north. The air began to lose its scent. The sound of our footsteps became muffled, then vanished entirely. The colors of the world started to bleed out, turning the landscape into a gray, grainy film. We reached the edge of the dead zone an hour before sunset. It wasn't a wall or a fence. It was a hole in the world, a perfect circular area where there was simply nothing. No ground, no sky, no light. Just a flat, matte blackness that seemed to swallow the very idea of distance. This is it, Miller said, stopping a few feet from the edge. The intersection is on the other side, about half a mile through the dark. He turned to me, his face etched with a sadness that felt centuries old. I can't go with you, Elias. If I step in there, I'll become the sunset again. I'll be lost in the loop. I know, I said. I looked at the blackness. It didn't look scary. It looked quiet. Elias, Miller said, grabbing my arm. When you get to the center, when you break the vial, don't think about the world you lost. Don't think about the truck or the desert. Think about something new. Think about a world that doesn't need a map. If you don't provide a seed for the ink, the cartographers will just fill the space again. The world without maps, I repeated. I don't know if I can imagine that. You have to, Miller said. You're the only one who can. I nodded. I took a deep breath, feeling the air for what might be the last time, and stepped into the nothingness. The sensation was immediate. It wasn't cold and it wasn't dark. It was a total absence of input. My skin felt like it was being unraveled, thread by thread. My memories of the desert began to flicker, the smell of sagebrush, the sound of the wind through the canyon, the face of my father. They all started to turn into white, blank squares in my mind. I am Elias, I told myself. I am a man with a pen. I am a smudge on the page. I kept walking, though I had no sense of direction. The vial in my hand was the only thing that felt solid. It was a hot, pulsing weight that guided me through the vacuum. I am the grit in the gears, I whispered, though I couldn't hear my own voice. I am the reason the map is never finished. The nothingness began to press in. I felt my name slipping away. E.L., the letters dissolved into salt. I looked down at my feet, but I couldn't see them. I was just a floating consciousness, a point of view without a body. Then I saw it. In the distance, 3 lines were vibrating. One was red, one was blue, and one was a shimmering golden yellow. They didn't meet, they collided, twisting around each other in a chaotic, impossible knot. This was the intersection, the place where the drafts failed. I moved toward it, my very existence flickering like a candle in a gale. I reached the center of the knot, where the 3 colors merged into a blinding white light. I raised the vial. My hand was almost gone, just a faint, pencil-thin outline. Imagine something new, Miller had said. I didn't think of a world without maps. I thought of a world with too many maps. A world where every person drew their own road, where the mountains moved when you weren't looking, where the stars were different for everyone who looked at them. A world of beautiful, glorious, permanent mess. I crushed the vial. The ink didn't spill, it roared. A tidal wave of black, iridescent liquid erupted from my hand, flooding the intersection, drowning the red, blue, and gold lines. The vacuum of the dead zone began to scream as it was filled with the raw, unedited substance of creation. I felt myself being swept away by the current. I wasn't dissolving anymore. I was being rewritten. I was becoming a mountain, a river, a bird, a thought. I was the ink, and the ink was me. And somewhere in a sterile office far above the paper, a giant hand paused. The silver eraser hovered over the page, but there was nothing to erase. The ink was everywhere, spreading, staining, refusing to be contained. The cartographer sighed, a sound like a dying star, and laid down the pen. The map was changed, the route was lost, and for the first time in an eternity, the world began to grow. The roar of the ink was not a sound, but a vibration that settled into my marrow, rewriting the frequency of my pulse. I felt the transition from being a singular point of interest, a placeholder, to becoming a conduit. The black fluid didn't just fill the void, it reclaimed it. It ate the silence of the dead zone and replaced it with a cacophony of possibilities. As the ink surged outward, the impossible geometry of the intersection began to crystallize. The red, blue, and gold lines of the previous drafts didn't vanish. They were absorbed, their rigid certainty dissolving into a fluid, shifting landscape. I saw a forest where the leaves were made of glass and the roots grew into the sky. I saw a city that breathed like a lung, its streets expanding and contracting with the tide of an ocean that existed only in the peripheral vision of its inhabitants. I was falling, but there was no ground to meet. I was drifting through the unfinished place I had just birthed. Yes. The voice didn't come from Miller, and it didn't come from Sarah. It was a chorus, 1,000 voices speaking in a perfect, terrifying unison. I turned, or rather, I shifted my awareness. Standing in the middle of the swirling ink was a figure that lacked a consistent shape. One moment it was a tall man in a tailored suit. The next, it was a child holding a wooden hoop. Then, a geometric shadow that defied description. The revision has been halted, the figure said. The ink around its feet swirled in patterns that looked like ancient, forgotten alphabets. You have introduced a paradox into the ledger. The spine cannot support this much density. Who are you? I asked. My voice sounded different now, layered, like a chord played on a piano. I am the lead architect of Sector 4, or I was. Now I am simply the one tasked with cleaning up your spill. The figure stepped closer, and for a heartbeat, I saw the face of the man with the lens from the void, but his eyes were no longer cold. They were exhausted. Do you have any idea what you've done? You haven't just saved a few drafts. You've created a cyst, a pocket of reality that cannot be indexed. It will grow. It will bleed into the neighboring sectors. It will make the entire map unstable. Good, I said, and I was surprised by the venom in my own tone. The map was a cage. You turned a woman into a sunset. You turned a town into a gray block. If the map breaks, maybe the people inside get to be more than just variables. The architect sighed, and the sound caused a nearby mountain of ink to collapse into a field of wildflowers. You speak with the romanticism of a character who doesn't realize he is made of ink and intent. Stability is what keeps the void at bay, Elias. Without the cartographers, there is only the wastebasket. Then we'll build something that doesn't need you, I countered. The architect looked around at the swirling, chaotic beauty of the intersection. Perhaps, but you will not be there to see it. You are the anchor now. You gave your narrative weight to this place. To keep it from being erased, you must remain at the center of the knot. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer blurred. They were solid, but they were dark, stained to the bone with the iridescent ink of the arterial. I felt a heavy, gravitational pull toward the spot where the three fates had collided. I was the pin holding the map to the table. Miller said I could be the hand that holds the pen, I whispered. Miller was an apprentice who fell in love with a variable, the architect said, his form flickering into a cloud of white moths before reforming. He saw the beauty of the error, but he never understood the cost of the correction. He is back in Oakhaven now, or what remains of it. He will live out his days in a world that is half-drawn, waiting for a sunset that no longer recognizes him. The weight in my chest grew. I thought of Miller sitting on that pier, watching a loop of orange and purple that was actually the woman he loved, trapped in a 3-minute prison of physics. Can I change it? I asked. If I'm the anchor, if I have the ink, can I redraw her? The architect paused. His form stabilized into a middle-aged woman with sharp, observant eyes. She looked at me with something resembling pity. The cost of redrawing a soul is more than you possess, Elias. You can create the space for her to exist, but you cannot give her back herself. That was deleted long ago. You can only create a new version, a draft of a draft. That's enough, I said. I closed my eyes and reached out with my mind. I didn't look at the world around me. I looked inward to the core of the anchor. I felt the pulsing rhythm of the spine, the hidden skeleton of reality. I found the coordinate for Sector 4. I found the coastal town. I found the sunset. It was a beautiful piece of code, a repeatable, perfect loop. I felt the cold, clinical precision of the cartographers who had designed it. They had stripped away her voice, her memories, her laughter, and left only the light. I took a breath of the ozone-thick air of the intersection and pushed. I poured the ink of the arterial into the sunset. I broke the loop. I introduced a variable, a smudge, a flaw, a moment of hesitation in the orange light. I didn't try to make her a woman again. I wasn't strong enough for that. Instead, I made the sunset unpredictable. I made it so that some nights it was gold, and some nights it was a bruised, angry red. I gave it the ability to cry rain. I gave it a memory of the man on the pier. The architect watched me, her expression unreadable. You are wasting your essence on a ghost. It's my essence to waste, I said. The effort drained me. I felt my legs give way, and I sank into the ink-soaked ground of the intersection. The world began to stabilize. The chaotic swirling slowed, and the landscape began to take a more permanent, albeit strange, shape. The unfinished place was no longer a storm, it was a sanctuary. They will come for you eventually, the architect said, her voice fading as she began to dissolve back into the margins. The author does not like unfinished business. They will send someone higher than a surveyor. They will send an editor. Let them come, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I've got a lot of ink left. The architect vanished, leaving me alone in the center of the new world. I sat there for a long time, watching the way the light played off the ink trees. It was quiet, but it wasn't the pressurized silence of the void. It was the silence of a house before the guests arrive. It was a beginning. After a while, I heard the sound of footsteps. I didn't turn around. I knew the rhythm. It was heavy, rhythmic, and slightly hesitant. "Miller?" I asked. "Not exactly," a voice replied. I turned then. It wasn't Miller. It was the woman with the copper hair, Sarah. She looked exhausted, her violet eyes dimmed, but she was smiling. Behind her stood the man with the clockwork arm and several others from the workshop. "The spine held," Sarah said, walking toward me. She looked around at the impossible landscape with wonder. "You did it, Elias. You punctured the dead zone. The cartographers have lost the signal for this entire coordinate. We're off the map." "Where's Miller?" I asked. Sarah's smile faded slightly. "He stayed behind. He said someone had to keep the old Oakhaven from being completely flattened while the transition happened. He's part of the landscape now, Elias. He chose to become a landmark." I looked down at the ground. I felt the ink pulsing beneath me, a reminder of the price of creation. "He's watching the sunset," I said. Sarah nodded, and for the first time in 60 years, he said it looked like she was looking back. The group began to spread out, exploring the new reality. The clockwork man was already tinkering with a tree that produced gears instead of fruit. A young girl was drawing circles in the ink dust, watching as they turned into small, hopping creatures that vanished when they hit the light. "What do we do now?" I asked, looking at Sarah. She sat down beside me on the dark, shimmering earth. She smelled like ozone and, for the first time, like fresh rain. "Now," she said, looking out at the horizon where the black ink met the white void of the unwritten, "we stop being characters. We start being the story." I looked at the vial, now empty and shattered in the dust. I thought about the desert, the truck, and the man I used to be, the placeholder who didn't know he was a draft. That man was gone, erased by the very ink he had used to save himself. I reached out and touched the ground. A small green shoot sprouted from the black ink, its leaves shaped like the nib of a pen. I realized then that the architect was wrong. This wasn't a cyst, and it wasn't a mistake. It was a revision. The map was being rewritten from the inside out, and for the first time, the ink was being used to tell the truth. In the distance, the white void began to shimmer. A new mountain was forming, not because a cartographer had drawn it, but because someone in the sanctuary was thinking about the height of the sky. I closed my eyes and began to dream. I dreamt of a road that didn't lead to a destination, but to an adventure. I dreamt of a desert that never ended, but always changed. I dreamt of a man who wasn't a smudge, but a signature. And far away, on a pier in a town that shouldn't exist, a man named Miller watched as a sunset turned a color that had never been seen before, a deep, vibrant violet that matched the eyes of the woman he had lost. He smiled, and for a moment, the physics of the world leaned in to listen to his heartbeat. The map was gone. The route was ours. I opened my eyes and picked up a piece of the shattered vial. Using the jagged edge, I began to draw in the dust. I didn't draw a border. I didn't draw a road. I drew a door. And then I waited to see who would knock. The door didn't stay a drawing for long. In this place, intent acted as a physical law, and as I traced the final arc of the frame in the iridescent dust, the lines deepened, carving themselves into the fabric of the air. The wood, if it was wood, grained itself into existence, a dark, weathered oak that looked as though it had survived 1,000 storms. It stood freestanding in the middle of the ink plane, a threshold leading from nowhere to somewhere else. I felt a sudden, sharp tug in my chest, a sensation of being anchored too tightly. The architect's words returned to me. You are the anchor now. My existence was the weight that kept this pocket from drifting back into the white nothingness of the wastebasket. I was the gravity of this new world, and every inch of terrain that crystallized out of the ink was a debt drawn from my own substance. You're fading again, Sarah said, her voice cutting through the hum of the shifting landscape. She was standing by the door, her hand hovering inches from the brass handle that had just materialized. Elia's, look at your arm. I looked. My right arm, the one that had crushed the vial, was translucent. I could see the swirling patterns of the new world through my skin, the glass trees, the gear fruit, the violet sky. I wasn't just turning into ink, I was becoming the background. I'm fine, I lied. My voice sounded like dry paper rubbing together. The door, where does it go? It goes to the margins, a new voice answered. The door didn't open, but a man stepped around from behind it. He wasn't one of the refugees from the workshop. He wore a heavy, charcoal gray coat stained with white chalk, and his spectacles were so thick they distorted his eyes into massive, unblinking orbs. He held a clipboard made of solid light. The others, the clockwork man, the girl, the weary travelers, recoiled. They recognized the uniform of the Bureau of Maintenance. A surveyor, Sarah hissed, reaching for a sharpened shard of glass leaf from the ground. An editor, actually, the man corrected, tapping his pen against the clipboard. The sound was like a gavel striking a block, though janitor feels more appropriate today. You've made a significant mess, Elias Thorne, 1/12,000 scale. Do you have any idea how hard it is to scrub organic ink out of a conceptual vacuum? He walked toward me, ignoring the others as if they were mere set dressing. He stopped a few feet away and peered at me through his massive lenses. You look terrible. You're overextended. You're trying to hold up a three-dimensional subsector on a two-dimensional soul. It's basic physics. The paper always wins. The paper is a lie, I said, forcing myself to stand. My knees felt like they were made of water and graphite. We're not just drawings anymore. The editor sighed, a weary, bureaucratic sound. You're right, you're not drawings, you're stains. And the author is very particular about the cleanliness of the final draft. I'm here to offer you a settlement, a final revision before we bring out the heavy erasers. He gestured to the door. Walk through it. We'll give you a quiet corner in a discarded draft, a nice, stable 1950s suburb or a quiet mountain range. You can live out your remaining narrative arcs in peace. We'll even let the girl go with you. In exchange, you release the anchor. You let this unfinished place dissolve back into the void. I looked at Sarah. She was watching me, her eyes wide. She looked at the door, then at the strange, beautiful, chaotic world we had just begun to build. I saw the temptation in her face, the promise of a world that didn't bleed, a world where the sun didn't need to be saved. And the others, I asked, looking at the clockwork man and the children. The editor didn't even look at them. Redundant assets, they'll be recycled. Their ink is high quality. It'll make for a very fine ocean in the next revision. No, I said. The editor's eyes narrowed behind his lenses. Elias, be reasonable. Look at yourself. You're already half gone. If you stay here, you won't be a man living in a world. You'll be the floor. You'll be the wind. You'll be a consciousness spread so thin you won't even remember your own name. Is that what you want? To be a ghost in a house that hasn't been built yet? I'd rather be the wind here than a prisoner in your perfect suburb, I said. I felt a surge of heat in my palm. The ink in the ground responded to my anger, rising up in jagged spires that hemmed the editor in. The ground began to vibrate with a low, rhythmic thrum, the sound of a heart beating beneath the soil. The author is watching, the editor warned, his voice losing its bored tone. The silver eraser isn't just a metaphor, boy. It's a total erasure of the timeline. If I leave without that settlement, the sky will simply stop. Then let it stop, I said, but while it's still here, it's ours. I reached out and grabbed the editor's clipboard. It felt like cold fire. I didn't try to break it. I did something Miller had taught me in the spine. I imagined the light of the clipboard not as a record, but as an instruction. I visualized the ink from my own body flowing into the light, staining the white surface with the chaotic, unmappable logic of the intersection. The clipboard flickered, the neat rows of data, the names of the refugees, the coordinates of the dead zone, the status of the anchor, began to scramble. The letters turned into birds and flew off the screen. The coordinates twisted into poems. The editor screamed, a sound like tearing parchment, as the corruption traveled up his arm. You're rewriting the bureau. The hierarchy is fixed. The hierarchy is just another map, I shouted over the rising wind, and I'm changing the route. I shoved the clipboard back into his chest. The impact sent him stumbling backward toward the door. The ink spires closed in around him, pushing him through the threshold. As he crossed the frame, the door slammed shut with a finality that shook the very foundations of the sector. The door didn't vanish. It turned into a tree, a massive, gnarled willow with silver leaves that wept black ink into a small, clear pond. The silence that followed was absolute. I fell to my knees, my body flickering violently. I could no longer feel the distinction between the air and my skin. I was the grass. I was the pond. I was the silver leaves. Sarah was beside me, her hands moving through my chest as if she were trying to catch smoke. Hold on, don't let go. I'm not letting go, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was using a mouth to say it. I'm just expanding. I looked up at the sky. The editor had been right. The white void at the edges was beginning to pulse with a terrifying, sterile light. The total revision was starting. I could feel the giant, unseen pressure of the eraser descending from the heavens, a force meant to flatten every mountain and drain every sea we had dreamed into existence. But I had the editor's light. I had the ink of the arterial. And most importantly, I had the memory of a world that didn't need a map. Everyone, I projected, my voice echoing through the minds of every refugee in the sanctuary. Don't look at the sky. Look at each other. Think of something that hasn't happened yet. Think of a tomorrow that hasn't been scheduled. I felt their thoughts join mine. The clockwork man thought of a clock that measured joy instead of seconds. The girl thought of a color that tasted like honey. Sarah thought of a pier where the woman in the sunset stepped down from the sky and took a man's hand. We became a chorus of variables. The silver light hit the top of our sky. It was a searing, agonizing heat that tried to strip away the layers of our reality. It ground against the ink clouds, trying to smooth them into nothingness. I stood up not with my body, but with the collective will of the anchor. I pushed back. I used the ink to create a shield of pure, unadulterated nonsense. I wove the sky into a tapestry of paradoxes that the eraser couldn't comprehend. How do you erase a sound that is also a color? How do you flatten a mountain that is made of a Tuesday afternoon? The eraser stuttered. The pressure eased. The white light of the void began to retreat, not because we had defeated it, but because it had found something it couldn't index. We were no longer a mess to be cleaned. We were an error in logic, too deep to be corrected without destroying the entire page. And the author, whoever or whatever they were, was a perfectionist. They wouldn't destroy the page, they would simply skip it. The sky settled into a permanent twilight purple. The white void at the horizon didn't disappear, but it grew distant, like a fog that had no interest in lifting. We were a smudge on the masterpiece, a beautiful, stubborn blotch that refused to be absorbed. I felt myself settle. The flickering stopped. I was solid again, but different. My skin was the color of the twilight, and my eyes held the shimmer of the gold and red lines of the intersection. I was still the anchor, but the weight no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a foundation. Sarah stood up and looked at me. She reached out and touched my cheek. Her hand was solid. Her warmth was real. "Is it over?" she asked. "No," I said, looking at the willow tree that had once been a door. "The map is still out there. There are other sectors, other variables waiting to be erased, other sunsets that need to be freed." I looked at my hands. I didn't need a vial anymore. The ink was in my blood. It was in the air. "We've changed the route," I said, a new strength flowing through me. "Now we're going to change the destination." I walked toward the willow tree and reached into the pond. I pulled out a handful of the black, iridescent liquid. It didn't run through my fingers. It stayed, shimmering, waiting for a command. I looked at the others, the people who were no longer just drafts. They were looking at me, waiting. "Miller told me to imagine a world without maps," I said to them. "But I think he was wrong. We need maps. We just need ones that we draw ourselves. Maps that change while you're walking. Maps that lead you to people, not just places." I turned back to the horizon. Beyond the fog of the void, I could feel the spine vibrating, the distant machinery of the Bureau still trying to maintain order in a world that was starting to wake up. "We're going back in," I said to Sarah. "Back into the map?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with a dangerous, beautiful fire. "Not back into it," I said, raising my hand. The ink began to form into a long, slender nib through it. I struck the air with my finger, and a line of black ink tore through the purple twilight, opening a rift that showed the gray, sterile hallways of the spine. But this time, the hallway wasn't empty. It was filled with the sound of music, a chaotic, unscripted melody that was leaking out from our sanctuary. I stepped through the rift, Sarah at my side. The cartographers had spent an eternity trying to perfect the world. They had measured every mountain and timed every heartbeat. They thought they had reached the end of the story. But as I stepped onto the cold stone of the spine, I realized they were wrong. The story was just getting started, and this time I was the one holding the pen. The transition from the sanctuary back into the spine felt like a plunge into icy water. The air here was thin and tasted of ozone and ancient dust, a stark contrast to the thick, living atmosphere of the world we had just anchored. Behind us, the rift shimmered like a heat haze, a window into a purple twilight that shouldn't exist. For a moment, I feared the gray stone under my boots would reject me, that the Bureau's physics would recognize the foreign ink in my veins and simply delete me from the corridor. But the spine was different now. It was vibrating. The music I had heard from the other side wasn't a melody played on instruments. It was the sound of the architecture itself failing to remain silent. The gears behind the walls were grinding, slipping their tracks as the logic of the unfinished place bled into the rigid structure of the map. In the distance, a klaxon began to wail, but the sound was wrong. It would start as a mechanical shriek and end as the trill of a meadowlark. "They're panicking," Sarah whispered. She held a shard of the glass leaf from the sanctuary, its edge glowing with a faint, bioluminescent violet. "The Bureau doesn't know how to categorize a leak that isn't a leak. We aren't a hole in the dam, Elias. We're the water turning into wine inside the pipes." "We need to find the archive," I said. My voice was no longer a papery rustle. It had a resonance now, a weight that seemed to push back the shadows of the corridor. "The architect said the map is managed from the central hub, but the archive is where the original drafts are kept. If we can reach the archive, we can unlock the other suppressed sectors. We can turn the whole map into a sanctuary." We began to move, but we didn't walk the way I used to walk, heads down, counting steps, praying to remain unnoticed. We walked with the stride of owners. Every time we passed a heavy iron door marked with a seal of the Bureau, I reached out and touched it. My fingers, stained with the ink of the world between, left glowing smears on the metal. The locks didn't just turn, they dissolved, the iron weeping into the floor, freeing whatever trapped concepts or forgotten people lay behind them. From one room, a gust of warm, salt air erupted, smelling of a sea that had been edited out for being too turbulent. From another came the sound of 1,000 voices laughing in a language that had been forbidden because it had no word for duty. We were a two-person riot, a contagion of possibility. As we rounded a corner toward the great ascending stair, we encountered a squad of sentinels. These weren't the bureaucrats like the editor. These were the enforcers, tall, faceless figures draped in robes the color of wet slate, their hands ending in long, silver needles. They were the ones who stitched reality back together when it frayed. They didn't speak. They moved in perfect, terrifying unison, their needles humming with a high-frequency vibration designed to cauterize the imagination. "Sector 1-12-000, the lead sentinel droned, its voice coming from nowhere and everywhere. "You are an unauthorized revision. Stand still for extraction." "I'm done being extracted," I said. I didn't wait for them to strike. I felt the ink beneath my skin surge, a hot, rhythmic pulse that synced with my heartbeat. I didn't throw a punch, I threw a thought. I imagined the floor beneath the sentinels wasn't stone, but a deep, treacherous marsh. The gray tiles buckled. They didn't break, they softened, turning into a thick, black slurry of liquid ink and swamp water. The sentinels, built for the rigid certainty of the spine, stumbled. Their needles struck the slurry, but there was nothing to stitch, nothing to hold. They began to sink, their heavy robes dragging them down into the conceptual depth. One of them reached out, its silver needle grazing my shoulder. I felt a sharp, cold sting, a momentary flash of nothingness, a sensation of being a blank page. But the ink in my blood rushed to the wound, filling the gap with a vibrant, chaotic red that the needle couldn't erase. The sentinel's mask-like face tilted upward, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something like fear in the void where its eyes should have been. "The script is changing," it hissed, before the ink swallowed it whole. Sarah stepped over the bubbling remains of the floor, her eyes wide. You're getting stronger, Elias, but you're also, look at your shadow. I looked down. My shadow wasn't a dark shape cast by the flickering overhead lights. It was a sprawling, intricate map that moved independently of my feet. It showed mountains and rivers, cities that breathed, and roads that looped into infinity. I wasn't just carrying the ink, I was becoming a walking source code. The more I change the world, the more the world changes me, I said, the realization settling in my chest like a heavy stone. The architect was right about the price. I just didn't realize the price was my humanity. You're more human now than any of those drones, Sarah said, grabbing my hand. Her grip was a tether, a reminder of the person I had been in the truck, shivering and lost. Don't you dare turn into a concept, Elias Thorne. I didn't come this far to fall in love with a geography. I squeezed her hand, the warmth of her palm grounding me. I'm still here, Sarah, I promise. We reached the great ascending stair. It was a spiral that seemed to pierce the very ceiling of the world, disappearing into a bright, sterile glow. This was the way to the high cartographers, the ones who decided which dreams were allowed to live and which were to be pulped. But as we began to climb, the stairs began to change. The bureau was trying to fight back. The steps grew longer, steeper. The air became thick with the smell of old paper and bitter ink. The walls began to close in, covered in endless lines of fine print, the laws of the map, the rules of existence, the terms and conditions of being alive. Clause 4.2. No entity shall imagine a horizon beyond the designated boundary. Clause 9.1. All sunsets are property of the Bureau of Maintenance. Clause 12. Silence is the only authorized prayer. The words began to peel off the walls, flying at us like swarms of angry insects. They were paper-thin but sharp as razors, designed to cut the spirit into manageable pieces. I raised my arm to shield my face, but the words didn't cut me. They stuck to me, trying to overwrite my skin with their restrictive logic. You are a placeholder, the words whispered. You are a draft. You are a mistake. I felt my legs grow heavy. The climb became an agony. The weight of the Bureau's history, the billions of lives they had flattened into two-dimensional efficiency, pressed down on my shoulders. I saw Miller's face in the swirl of paper, Miller, who had become a landmark because he couldn't imagine a way to be a man anymore. I saw the woman with the violet eyes, lost in a sunset that had been stolen. It's too much, I gasped, falling to one knee. The stairs felt like they were made of light. There's too much history to rewrite. The map is too big. Sarah knelt beside me, the paper shards cutting her arms, but she didn't let go of my hand. Then don't rewrite the history, Elias. Write the future. Stop looking at the stairs. Look at me. I looked at her. In the sterile, oppressive light of the spine, she was the only thing that had color. Her copper hair, her violet eyes, the smudge of ink on her cheek sheet was a masterpiece of imperfection. She was a variable that the Bureau could never solve. They think they own the ink, she whispered, her voice a defiant spark in the dark. But the ink belongs to the pen, and you are the pen, Elias. You are the one who decides where the line ends. I closed my eyes. I stopped fighting the words on the walls. I stopped trying to be a man climbing a staircase. I reached deep into the center of my being, past the fear and the exhaustion, to the place where the shattered vial had first spilled into my soul. I didn't look for strength. I looked for a story. I remembered the desert. I remembered the feeling of the wheel in my hands, the endless road, the sense that somewhere, just over the next ridge, the world might finally make sense. I remembered the way the light had looked on the hood of the truck, a gold that felt like a promise. I opened my eyes, and they weren't brown anymore. They were the color of a new world. I didn't stand up, I expanded. The ink within me exploded outward, not as a weapon, but as a signature. A massive wave of black and gold surged up the staircase, drenching the walls, drowning the terms and conditions in a flood of pure, unbridled narrative. The paper shards didn't just fall, they turned into white birds and flew away, their wings beating a rhythm of liberation. The great ascending stair didn't lead to the high cartographers anymore. It led to a door that was made of sunlight and rain. We stood at the top, breathing hard. The spine was silent now, the music gone, replaced by a profound, expectant stillness. It was the silence of a blank page waiting for the first word. "The archive," I said, pointing to the door. We pushed it open. The room beyond was infinite. It wasn't a room at all, but a cathedral of glass shelves that stretched in every direction, filled with millions of glass vials like the one I had broken. Each vial held a swirl of color, a person, a town, a dream, a moment that had been deemed unfit for the final map. This was the Bureau's trophy room. This was the graveyard of the imagination. In the center of the room sat a man at a desk. He was old, his skin so thin it looked like vellum, and his eyes were two pools of perfectly clear water. He wasn't wearing a uniform. He was wearing a simple white smock, and in his hand was a brush made of human hair. He didn't look up as we approached. He was painting a single, perfect circle on a piece of white paper. "The architect said you might come," the man said. His voice was like the sound of a distant wind. He always had a flair for the dramatic. He liked the idea of a hero. Personally, I prefer a clean line. "You're the head cartographer," Sarah said, her hand tightening on her glass leaf. "I am the one who trims the fat," the man said, finally looking up. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. "I am the one who ensures that the world doesn't collapse under the weight of its own possibilities. Do you have any idea how heavy a dream is, Elias Thorne? If I let all of these," he gestured to the millions of vials, "into the world at once, the map would tear, the reality would shatter. There would be no roads, no houses, no certainty, only chaos." "There would be life," I said. "Life is messy," the cartographer replied, dipping his brush into a well of pure silver ink. "Life is a smudge. I am creating a masterpiece of order, a world where everyone knows their place, where every road leads somewhere, and where no one ever has to wonder what if. Is that not a mercy?" "It's a tomb," I said. I walked toward the shelves. I could hear them now, the vials. They were humming. Millions of trapped stories vibrating against the glass, desperate to be told. I felt the ink in my own body responding, a sympathetic resonance that made my bones ache. "If you break them," the cartographer said, his voice sharpening, "you will destroy the map. You will destroy the world you were born into. You will destroy yourself. You are the anchor, Elias. If you let go of the order, you will drift away into the white." "Then I'll drift," I said. I looked at Sarah. She was smiling. She knew what I was going to do. She had always known. She was the one who had taught me that a story is only worth telling if you don't know the ending. I reached out and touched the nearest shelf. I didn't use force. I didn't use anger. I used the one thing the cartographer didn't have, a sense of wonder. I imagined the vials not as glass containers, but as seeds. I imagined the archive not as a graveyard, but as a garden. The ink in my hand flowed into the glass. The first vial didn't shatter, it bloomed. The color inside, a vibrant, electric blue, erupted like a flower, spreading to the next vial and the next. A chain reaction of light and sound began to sweep through the infinite room. The cartographer stood up, his face contorting with a sudden, panicked rage. "Stop! You're erasing the work of eons. You're destroying the balance." He lunged at me with his brush, the silver ink dripping like acid, but he was too slow. The room was already dissolving. The glass shelves were turning into light, the floor was turning into a river of stories. The archive was opening. "The map is finished," I shouted over the roar of the escaping dreams. "The route is over. From now on, we walk where we want." The silver brush struck my chest, but it didn't find skin. It found the map. The ink of the sanctuary, the ink of my soul, swallowed the silver, turning it into a swirl of violet and gold. The cartographer shrieked as his own order was consumed by the chaos he had tried so hard to prune. He began to fade, his vellum skin tearing, his clear eyes clouding with the colors of a billion forgotten sunsets. The room exploded. Not with fire, but with existence. I felt myself being pulled apart. The anchor was breaking. The weight of millions of released realities was too much for one man to hold. I felt my memories of the desert, the truck, the long, lonely roads, all of it being swept away in a tide of new sensations. I was a mountain. I was a child's laugh. I was a storm over a sea that had never been named. Lilia's, Sarah's voice was a faint, beautiful tether. I reached for her, but my hands were made of starlight. I saw her being swept up in the same tide, her copper hair a streak of fire in the new world, her violet eyes shining with a joy that was also a goodbye. We weren't falling, we were being written. The spine crumbled, the map tore. The white void of the unwritten rushed in to meet us, but it wasn't empty anymore. It was being filled with the ink of the archive, a kaleidoscope of possibilities that painted the nothingness into a universe. And in the center of it all, for one brief, eternal second, I saw Miller. He was standing on his pier, but the pier was no longer a lonely island. It was part of a vast, sprawling coastline where thousands of people were walking out of the shadows and into the light. Beside him stood a woman with violet eyes. She was laughing, and as she turned to him, the sun finally, truly set, not because it had to, but because it wanted to see what the stars looked like. I closed my eyes and let the ink take me. I wasn't a placeholder anymore. I wasn't a draft. I wasn't a signature. I was the first word on a brand new page. And the word was begins. The sensation of beginning was not a single note, but a deafening, multitonal roar. It felt like being the first breath in a pair of lungs that had been starved for air for 1,000 years. I was no longer Elia's thorn, the man who drove the truck. I was the friction of tires on a road that was inventing itself beneath me. I was the smell of ozone and the taste of salt. I was the very concept of the horizon, stretching out its arms to embrace the unknown. But the transition was violent. The Bureau of Maintenance did not go quietly. As the archive dissolved and the spine buckled, the rigid logic of the old world fought to reassert itself. I felt the terms and conditions snapping at my heels like wolves made of razor wire. They tried to bind me, to pull me back into a shape that could be categorized, filed, and forgotten. Clause 1, the subject must remain within the margins. I felt my consciousness being squeezed, forced back into the narrow confines of a human skull. The infinite expansion of my soul hit a wall of cold, gray resistance. The Bureau's final defense wasn't a sentinel or a wall. It was a vacuum. They were trying to suck the color out of the new world before it could dry. "Stay with me," I heard Sarah scream. Her voice was the only solid thing in a sea of liquid light. I reached out, my fingers trembling as they solidified from starlight back into flesh. I caught her hand. She was shivering, her skin pale against the kaleidoscopic backdrop of the collapsing archive. The violet glow of the glass leaf she held was sputtering, dying out as the Bureau's correction protocols swept through the space like a cold wind. The world around us was a blurring mess of half-formed realities. One moment we were standing on a ledge overlooking a city of glass and steam. The next, we were submerged in a forest where the trees were made of frozen music. The archive's release hadn't just created one world. It had unleashed all the discarded versions of existence at once. It was a cacophony of being, a traffic jam of destinies. "We have to anchor it," Sarah shouted, her voice barely audible over the sound of 1,000 colliding timelines. "Elia's the ink. Use the ink to find a center." She was right. The chaos was as deadly as the order. Without a narrative to hold it together, the release of the archive would just be a different kind of ending, a white noise of existence where nothing could ever take root. I looked at my hands. They were stained deep with the black and gold ink of the sanctuary, but the silver of the cartographer's brush was still there too, a cold, oily slick that refused to mix. It was the ink of the end, the ink that stopped the story. I understood then. The cartographer hadn't been a villain, not entirely. He was the one who feared the mess, and I was the one who had to prove the mess was worth it. I didn't try to fight the silver. I didn't try to wash it away. Instead, I closed my eyes and reached for the memory of the truck. Not the Bureau's truck, but the feeling of the journey itself. I thought of the way the engine felt when it was working hard, the steady, rhythmic pulse of progress. I thought of the way a map isn't just a picture of where things are, but a promise of where you can go. I took the silver ink and the gold ink, and I began to weave them together. I wasn't drawing a line, I was drawing a pulse. I felt the resonance shift. The chaotic shifting of the world slowed. The forest of music and the city of glass didn't disappear, but they stopped fighting for the same space. They began to settle into a new geography, one that wasn't flat, but layered, like the pages of a book that could be read in any order. "Look," Sarah whispered. The white void was gone. In its place was a sky that defied description. It was the color of a bruise, the color of a peach, the color of a deep-sea trench. It was a sky that had never seen a Bureau-approved sunset. Below us, the spine had transformed. The cold, gray stone was now a mountain range of obsidian and ivory, and the corridors had become canyons where the wind sang in a dozen different languages. But we weren't alone. From the wreckage of the central hub, shapes began to emerge. They weren't the faceless sentinels or the withered bureaucrats. They were the survivors, people who had been trapped in the margins for generations, people who had been edited out of their own lives. They were blinking in the new light, their clothes a patchwork of different eras and styles. Among them was the editor. He didn't look like a god anymore. He looked like a tired man in a suit that was 3 sizes too big. He was sitting on a pile of rubble that used to be a filing cabinet, staring at his hands. "It's all gone," he said as we approached. His voice wasn't a drone anymore. It was thin and shaky. "The files, the cross-references, the indexes. There's no way to know where anything goes. There's no way to tell the difference between a person and a dream." "Good," I said. The editor looked up at me. His eyes were no longer the blank, reflective surfaces they had been. They were bloodshot and wet. "You don't understand, Thorne. You think you've freed them, but you've just given them a world without a manual. They'll get lost. They'll make mistakes. They'll hurt each other." "They'll be alive," Sarah said, stepping forward. She held out the shard of glass leaf. It wasn't glowing anymore, but it had turned into a real leaf, green, veined, and smelling of rain. and they'll have the right to be lost. That's what you never understood. A road that only goes one way isn't a road, it's a cage. The editor looked at the leaf, and for a moment I saw a flicker of the man he might have been before the bureau took him. He reached out a trembling hand, touched the green surface, and wept. As his tears hit the ground, something extraordinary happened. A small patch of grass began to grow through the cracks in the obsidian. It wasn't bureau grass, perfectly manicured and uniform. It was wild, stubborn, and slightly yellowed at the tips. It was imperfect. It was perfect. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my chest. The ink in my veins was cooling, settling. The frantic, surging power that had allowed me to rewrite reality was fading, leaving behind a profound, hollow exhaustion. I stumbled, and Sarah caught me, her strength surprising me. Yes. Limes, I'm okay, I rasped. It's just, the pen is running dry. I looked down at my hands. The maps that had been etched into my skin were fading, becoming nothing more than faint, silvery scars. The connection to the source code, the ability to see the world as a draft, was closing like a window. I was becoming just a man again, a man in a world that was no longer a map. The architect said there was a price, I reminded her. I think this is it. I don't get to be the author anymore. I just get to be a character. That's all I ever wanted you to be, she said, her eyes bright. We stood there for a long time, watching the new world breathe. In the distance, we could see the great ascending stair, which had turned into a waterfall of light, pouring down into a valley that was rapidly filling with life. We saw people meeting, talking, shouting in confusion and joy. We saw the first birds, real birds, with feathers and hunger, circling in the chaotic sky. But then a shadow fell over us. It wasn't a cloud and it wasn't a sentinel. It was a ripple in the air, a distortion that felt like a cold finger tracing a line down my spine. The air grew still, and the vibrant colors of the new world seemed to dim, just for a second. "What is that?" Sarah whispered, her grip on my arm tightening. I looked up. In the highest reaches of the sky, where the light was brightest, I saw a shape. It was vast, geometric, and utterly silent. It looked like a compass rose, but one made of dark matter and cold logic. It wasn't part of the archive, and it wasn't part of the spine. "The board," I breathed. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The architect, the editor, the cartographer, they were just the staff. They were the ones who did the work. But above them, beyond the map, were the ones who owned the paper, the ones who had commissioned the world in the first place. They weren't interested in order or chaos. They were interested in the investment. The compass rose began to turn, and as it did, a section of the new horizon simply vanished. It didn't explode or dissolve. It was just gone, replaced by a flat, featureless gray that looked like unpainted canvas. "They're reclaiming the assets," I said, my voice cold with a new kind of fear. "They're not trying to fix it, they're trying to delete it." "Can you stop them?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "Elias, use the ink, write them out." I tried. I reached deep into myself, looking for that spark, that connection to the narrative heart of the world. But there was nothing but a dull ache. The ink was gone. I had spent it all on the archive. I was just a man, standing on a rock, watching the sky being erased. "I can't," I whispered. "I'm empty." The gray patch grew larger. It swallowed a forest of crystal trees. It swallowed a mountain of ivory. It was moving toward the valley where the survivors were gathered. It was moving toward us. "There has to be a way," Sarah said, looking around wildly. Her gaze fell on the editor, who was still weeping over his leaf. You know how this works. How do we stop the board?" The editor looked up, his face a mask of sorrow. You don't. The board is the authority. They are the ones who decide if a reality is profitable, if it's too expensive to maintain, if it's too unstable. They just close the file. We're not a file, I shouted, the anger flaring in me one last time. We're people. This is a world. To them, it's a balance sheet, the editor said. He looked at the growing gray void. And right now, you're in the red. The void was closer now. I could see the edge of it, a perfectly straight line that cut through everything it touched. It didn't matter if it was stone or spirit, the line just ended. I looked at Sarah. I didn't want our story to end like this, not on a blank page, not because some distant entity decided we weren't worth the ink. Sarah, I said, taking her face in my hands, I'm sorry. I thought I'd saved us. You did, she said, her voice steady even as the gray light began to reflect in her eyes. You gave us a moment. That's more than the Bureau ever gave anyone. But as the line of the void reached the first patch of grass the editor had grown, something happened. The line didn't cut through the grass. It stopped. It didn't just stop, it buckled. The gray edge wavered, flickering like a television screen with a bad signal. The grass, small and yellowed and imperfect, was holding its ground. I stared at it, my heart hammering. The ink, it's not in me anymore. It's in the world, Sarah finished, her eyes widening. I looked at the editor. He was staring at the grass too. The tears, he whispered. The grief, it wasn't in the plan. It's an unindexable variable. I understood then. The board could delete a concept. They could delete a map. They could even delete a dream. But they couldn't delete an experience. They couldn't delete the weight of a life that had actually been lived, with all its pain and mess and regret. The ink wasn't a weapon, it was a witness. We need more, I said, turning to the survivors who were huddled nearby. We need all of it. Don't be afraid. Don't be orderly. Remember everything. Remember the things they tried to make you forget. The mistakes, the heartbreaks, the days that went nowhere. I ran toward the crowd, shouting, waving my arms. Sarah was right behind me, her voice joining mine. We didn't tell them to fight. We told them to feel. And they did. One by one, the survivors began to tell their stories. They didn't speak to the sky. They spoke to each other. A woman talked about the daughter she'd lost to a rezoning error. A man sang a song about a harbor that had been paved over. A child cried for a dog that had never existed on the official map. As the stories filled the air, the ground beneath us began to change. It didn't turn back into the vibrant, glowing landscape of the archive. It turned into something else, something denser, something heavier. The obsidian and ivory became dark, rich soil. The air became thick with the smell of wood smoke and sweat. The gray void hit this new reality and shattered. The compass rose in the sky began to spin violently, its geometric precision unable to handle the sheer, messy weight of 1,000,000 unscripted lives. It groaned, a sound like a continent breaking in half, and then it began to crack. Huge shards of dark matter fell from the sky, burning up as they hit the atmosphere of the new world. The gray canvas was torn away, revealing the real sky behind it, a sky that wasn't a color at all, but a deep, infinite blue that went on forever. The board was gone, not because we had beaten them, but because we had become too heavy for them to lift. We had become real. I fell to my knees, the ground solid and cold beneath me. I felt the wind on my face, a real wind, untethered and wild. I looked at my hands. They were dirty. There was mud under my fingernails. I had never seen anything so beautiful. Sarah sat down beside me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She looked at the editor, who was still sitting on his pile of rubble. He looked older now, but his eyes were clear. "What happens now?" she asked. The editor looked out at the vast, unmapped world that stretched to the horizon. "I don't know," he said, and for the first time he was smiling. "There's no one left to tell us. We'll have to find out for ourselves." I looked at the horizon. It was a long way off. There were no roads yet, no signs, no designated routes. There was only the land and the people and the infinite possibilities of the next step. I reached out and took Sarah's hand. Her skin was warm, her pulse steady. "The map is gone," I said. "Yeah," she replied, leaning her head on my shoulder. "Let's go get lost." We stood up and began to walk. We didn't head for the mountains or the sea. We just walked toward the light of the first true morning, leaving no footprints that couldn't be washed away by the rain. The story was over. The journey was just beginning. The first mile was the hardest, not because the terrain was treacherous, but because the very act of walking without a destination felt like a physical weight. For years, every step I had taken was measured by a GPS, a manifest, or the rigid geometry of the Bureau's corridors. Now, the earth was soft and unpredictable. My boots sank into the loam, and the muscles in my calves, muscles that had only ever known the flat pedals of a heavy-duty truck, began to ache with the novelty of the incline. Sarah walked beside me, her fingers still laced through mine. She wasn't looking at the ground, she was looking at the sky. The blue was deepening as the morning matured, a rich, resonant sapphire that seemed to hum. There were no grid lines, no "you are here" markers flickering in the corner of our vision. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I stopped. At first, there was only the sound of my own blood drumming in my ears, the frantic, rhythmic reminder that I was still alive. But then, beneath it, I heard it. It was a low, rushing sound, like 1,000 silk ribbons being pulled through the air. "Water," I said. We crested a small rise, and there it was. A river, though calling it a river felt like an insult to its complexity. It didn't just flow, it braided itself across the valley floor. The water wasn't the sterile, clear liquid of the Bureau's plumbing. It was a churning, silt-heavy green, carrying with it the debris of a dozen different realities. Twigs from the music trees, shards of glass leaf, and ordinary pebbles that looked like they had been waiting for 1,000,000 years just to be wet. By the banks, a group of survivors had already gathered. They weren't huddled in fear anymore. They were kneeling by the edge, cupping the water in their hands, splashing their faces. One man, still wearing the gray vest of a low-level archivist, was laughing as he tried to catch a fish that looked like it was made of hammered copper. "It's not perfect," I said, watching the man slip and fall into the mud. "No," Sarah agreed, a wide, easy grin spreading across her face. "It's a disaster. It's a complete and utter mess." She let go of my hand and ran toward the water. I watched her for a moment, the way the sunlight caught the edges of her hair, turning it into a halo of copper and gold. She looked like she belonged here. She looked like she had been born from the very chaos we had unleashed. I followed more slowly, my mind still trying to catch up to my body. I looked back toward the spine, or what was left of it. The great obsidian towers were already beginning to crumble, not from violence, but from neglect. Without the Bureau's constant, obsessive maintenance, the logic that held them together was dissolving. Vines, thick, thorny things with purple flowers, were already winding their way up the lower levels, claiming the stone for the earth. I saw the editor standing near the base of a fallen pillar. He was watching the survivors, his expression unreadable. I walked over to him. "You're not joining them?" I asked. He looked at me and I realized he looked older than he had 10 minutes ago. His hair was thinning and the lines around his eyes were deep enough to hold shadows. "I am an editor, Thorne. I don't know how to live in a world that hasn't been proofread. I keep looking for the typos. I keep wanting to fix the way the light hits those trees." "Maybe you should just let it be a rough draft," I suggested. He gave a dry, hacking cough that might have been a laugh. "A rough draft. Yes, I suppose that's all we are now. No final copies, no polished editions." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver pen, the kind the Bureau issued to its senior staff. He looked at it for a long time, then dropped it into the mud. "I think I'll try my hand at gardening. I've always had a fondness for things that grow without permission." I left him there, staring at the mud, and went down to the river. Sarah was sitting on a flat stone, her boots off, her feet dangling in the cold, rushing water. She looked up as I approached and patted the spot next to her. I sat down, the cold dampness of the stone soaking into my jeans. It felt grounded. It felt real. "What happens when the food runs out?" I asked. The old Elias, the one who worried about logistics and fuel levels, was still in there somewhere. "We find more," she said simply. "Or we grow it. Or we learn to be hungry for a while. Isn't that what people do?" I looked at the copper fish jumping in the shallows. "I guess so. It's just, I spent so long making sure everything arrived on time. I don't know how to handle a world where nothing has a schedule." "You'll learn," she said. She leaned against me, her warmth a stark contrast to the cold spray of the river. "We have time, Elias. For the first time in history, we actually have time. It's not being measured by the Bureau. It's just happening." We sat in silence for a while, watching the sun climb higher into that impossible blue sky. The world felt enormous, and we were very small, two dots on a landscape that had no boundaries. But then a shadow fell over the water. It wasn't the board, it wasn't the void. It was something smaller, something more familiar. I looked up and saw a bird, a hawk perhaps, circling high above. But it wasn't alone. Behind it, trailing like the tail of a kite, was a long, thin strip of paper. I stood up, my heart sinking. "Sarah, look." The paper was white, stark and sterile against the blue. It was drifting down on the wind, twisting and turning with a sickeningly familiar grace. As it got closer, I could see the fine, black print covering its surface. Addendum 4B, Resource Allocation and Spontaneous Generation. "They're not done," Sarah whispered, standing up beside me. The paper landed on the surface of the river. The moment it touched the water, the green, silty flow began to clear. The silt vanished. The debris disappeared. The water became perfectly transparent, perfectly still. The copper fish froze in midair, then dissolved into a cloud of gray pixels. "The board," I said, the word tasting like ash. "They didn't leave, they just changed tactics." The paper started to multiply. More strips began to fall from the sky, like a slow-motion blizzard of bureaucracy. Everywhere they landed, the world began to correct itself. The wild, yellowed grass turned into a flat, uniform carpet of green. The jagged, obsidian mountains smoothed out into gentle, rounded hills that looked like they had been designed by a committee. The survivors began to panic. The man who had been laughing was now staring in horror as his clothes transformed back into the gray uniform of the Bureau. "We have to do something," Sarah cried. She reached for the glass leaf, but it was just a leaf now. It had no power over the addendums. I looked at my hands. The silver scars were still there, but they were dim. The ink was gone. I was just a man. I can't stop it, I said, the helplessness a cold weight in my chest. I don't have the ink. Then find something else. Sarah grabbed my shoulders, her eyes fierce. Elias, you're the one who broke the archive. You're the one who rewrote the spine. You can't tell me you're just a character now. Characters fight back. They change the ending. I looked at the falling paper. One strip was drifting right toward us. I reached out and caught it. The paper felt cold, like dry ice. Clause 12. All unauthorized narratives are subject to immediate redaction. The words blurred under my gaze. I felt the familiar pull of the Bureau's logic, the desire to be categorized, to be filed, to be safe. It would be so easy to just let the paper cover us, to become part of a well-ordered, predictable world where nothing ever went wrong because nothing was ever allowed to happen. But then I looked at Sarah. I saw the fear in her eyes, but I also saw the fire. I saw the way she refused to let the gray take her. And I realized something. The Bureau's power didn't come from the ink. It didn't come from the paper. It came from the consensus. It came from the fact that everyone believed the map was the world. They believed the rules were the reality. I looked at the paper in my hand. I didn't try to rewrite it. I didn't try to erase it. I tore it. The sound was like a gunshot. The paper didn't just rip, it screamed. A jagged line appeared in the air where the paper had been, a tear in the fabric of the addendum. Through the tear, I could see the wild, messy world we had created, the silt-heavy water, the copper fish, the smell of wood smoke. It's not real, I shouted, my voice echoing off the smoothing hills. The paper isn't real, it's just an opinion. I grabbed another strip of paper from the air and shredded it, then another. Sarah understood immediately. She began to grab the falling addendums, tearing them into tiny pieces. The other survivors, seeing what we were doing, began to do the same. They weren't just fighting the Bureau, they were rejecting the logic. The more we tore, the more the corrections began to fail. The uniform grass sprouted weeds. The rounded hills regained their jagged edges. The gray uniforms flickered and died, replaced by the colorful, mismatched clothes of the survivors. But the sky was still full of paper. Thousands of strips, millions, a literal downpour of bureaucracy. We couldn't tear them all. We need a bigger fire, I muttered. I looked around for the editor, but he was gone. In his place was a small, flickering flame in the mud, the silver pen he had dropped. It was leaking a tiny pool of ink, a mixture of the silver end and the gold begin. I ran to it and scooped up the ink. It was cold and oily, but as it touched my skin, it felt like a spark hitting tinder. The scars on my hands flared into life, glowing with a fierce violet light. I didn't try to draw a map. I didn't try to write a story. I reached out and touched the air itself. I felt the resistance of the board's reality. It was like pushing against a wall of thick, cold glass, but I didn't push. I gripped. I found the edges of the addendums, the places where the logic didn't quite meet the experience, and I pulled. With a sound like 1,000 windows breaking at once, the sky shattered. The white paper didn't just tear, it ignited. The addendums became streaks of fire, burning up before they could touch the ground. The gray void that had been hovering at the edges of our vision retreated, not into the distance, but into nothingness. The pressure in my chest intensified. I felt the ink being pulled out of me, not as a gift this time, but as a sacrifice. I was pouring everything I was, my memories, my fears, my very sense of self, into the act of holding the world open. Elias, stop, Sarah screamed. It's killing you. I couldn't stop. If I let go, the paper would return, the board would win, the world would be filed away. I have to finish the thought, I gasped. I reached for the very heart of the Bureau's power, the concept of the margin, the idea that there is a place where things don't belong. I took that concept and I twisted it. I made the margin the center. I made the excluded the essential. The world buckled. For a moment, there was no ground, no sky, no Sarah. There was only the ink and the will to exist. And then silence. I was lying on my back, staring up at the sky. It was blue, just blue. No paper, no fire, no compass rose. Just an infinite, empty, beautiful blue. I felt a hand on my chest. I looked down and saw Sarah. She was covered in soot and mud, her violet eyes wide with terror. Elias, can you hear me? I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. I just nodded. She let out a sob of relief and collapsed against me. We lay there for a long time, the only sound the rushing of the river, which was green and messy and perfect once again. The survivors were quiet. They were standing in the tall, yellow grass, looking around as if they were seeing the world for the first time. And in a way, they were. The bureau was gone. The board was gone. The map was gone. There was no more ink in my veins. The scars on my hands were gone, replaced by ordinary, calloused skin. I was no longer a placeholder, or a draft, or a signature. I was just Elias Thorne. I looked at Sarah. Is it over? She sat up, wiping the soot from her face. She looked toward the horizon, where the sun was beginning to dip, casting long, unscripted shadows across the valley. No, she said, a small, tired smile playing on her lips. I think the introduction is finally finished. She stood up and held out her hand. I took it, and she pulled me to my feet. My legs were shaky, and my head was spinning, but the ground beneath my feet was solid. It was real. We didn't look back at the ruins of the spine. We didn't look for the editor or the architect. We just started walking. We walked past the river, past the survivors, past the jagged mountains. We walked until the sun had set and the stars began to come out, stars that didn't follow any known constellation, stars that were as chaotic and beautiful as the world they looked down upon. We found a small grove of trees that smelled of citrus and rain. We sat down in the grass, and for the first time in my life, I didn't wonder what was on the next page. I didn't worry about the route or the destination. I just closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the world being born. It was a messy, loud, unpredictable sound. It was the sound of mistakes being made, of lives being lived, of stories that would never be edited or indexed. It was the sound of freedom. And as I drifted off to sleep, the last thing I felt was Sarah's hand in mine, a warm, solid anchor in a world that was finally, truly unmapped. The sleep was not the heavy, drugged oblivion of the Bureau's barracks. It was a shallow, vibrant thing, populated by dreams that didn't feel like transmissions. I dreamt of a city made of salt that melted when it rained, and a forest where the birds sang in mathematical equations. And for the first time, I didn't wake up reaching for a pen to correct the inconsistencies. I woke up because a beetle, iridescent and stubborn, was trying to climb over the bridge of my nose. I sat up, blinking against a sun that felt far too bright to be regulated. Sarah was already awake. She was kneeling by a small pool of rainwater trapped in the hollow of a rock, scrubbing the soot from her forearms. The violet in her eyes seemed to have settled, no longer glowing with the frantic energy of the archive, but deep and steady, like the shadows under the trees. "The beetle likes you," she said, not looking up. "I think it wants to file a grievance about your face being in its way." I brushed the insect off and stood up. My body felt light, dangerously light. Without the weight of the map, without the constant pull of the Bureau's expectations, I felt like a kite that had just had its string cut. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking. "What do we do today?" I asked. The question felt absurd even as I said it. Sarah stood up, drying her hands on her trousers. "We eat, we walk, we see if we can find anyone else who isn't trying to categorize us, in that order." We began to move through the grove. The world was still settling into its new skin. Occasionally, the air would shimmer, and for a second the trees would look like wireframes or the grass would turn into lines of text, but the glitch would pass, replaced by the stubborn density of matter. It was as if the universe was a limb that had been asleep for a long time and was now experiencing the painful, prickly sensation of blood rushing back in. As we cleared the grove, we found the road, or rather, we found what the road had become. It had once been a primary artery of the Bureau, a perfectly straight line of asphalt that ignored the topography of the land. Now it was buckled and broken. Huge slabs of stone had been thrust upward by the growth of massive subterranean roots. In the cracks, flowers that looked like tiny, shattered mirrors were blooming. Standing in the middle of this ruin was a woman. She was wearing a tattered navigator's coat, but she had stripped the brass buttons off and replaced them with colorful pebbles tied with string. She was holding a compass, but as we got closer, I saw that the needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning slowly, lazily, in a complete circle. "It's broken," I said, stopping a few feet away. The woman looked up. She didn't look distressed. She looked fascinated. "No," she said, "it's finally honest. North was a suggestion made by the board to keep us from walking in circles. But why shouldn't we walk in circles? Circles are a very efficient way to see everything." "Are you from the Bureau?" Sarah asked. "I was a cartographer second class," the woman said. "I spent 20 years drawing the same 3 miles of coastline. Every day the board would send down an addendum. Move this rock 2 inches left, make the tide 3 minutes later. I thought I was recording the world. I didn't realize I was just helping them build a cage." She pocketed the spinning compass and looked at us. "Where are you heading?" "Nowhere," I said. The woman smiled. "That's a long walk. I hear the scenery is better the further you get into it." She turned and began to walk across the broken road, hopping from slab to slab with a strange, rhythmic grace. She wasn't looking for a path. She was making one. "Elias," Sarah whispered, pointing toward the horizon. Beyond the road, the landscape was beginning to change again. It wasn't the sterile correction of the addendums. It was something else. A city was rising from the earth, but not a city of stone and glass. It looked like it was made of woven light and solidified sound. Towers of amber and indigo spiraled into the air, their surfaces rippling like the surface of a pond. We could hear a faint, melodic humming coming from that direction, a sound that made the teeth ache with a sweet, resonant vibration. "Is that the margin?" I asked. "I don't think so," Sarah said. "I think that's what happens when the margin and the center stop fighting. It's the overlap." We started toward it, drawn by the sheer impossibility of the sight. As we walked, we encountered more survivors. They were emerging from the tall grass, from the hollows of the hills, like ghosts returning to the living. Some were weeping, overwhelmed by the sensory overload of a world without filters. Others were frantic, trying to build shelters out of materials that refused to stay solid. But there was a group, perhaps a dozen of them, who were gathered around a fire. The fire wasn't burning wood. It was burning a pile of those white addendum papers that had failed to ignite in the sky. The flames were a strange, pale blue, and they didn't give off smoke. A man looked up as we approached. He was young, his face etched with the exhaustion of someone who had spent his life running. "You're the one," he said, looking at me, "the one who tore the sky." "I had help," I said, glancing at Sarah. The man nodded slowly. He reached into the fire and pulled out a piece of paper that was only half charred. "The board is still out there, you know. Not in the towers, not in the offices, they're in here." He tapped his temple. "They're the voice that tells you that you need a map, the voice that says you're lost if you don't know the name of the road." "How do you silence it?" Sarah asked. The man threw the paper back into the blue flames. "You don't, you just outrun it. You keep moving until the voice gets tired." He offered us a piece of fruit. It was heavy and cold, the skin the color of a bruised plum. When I bit into it, the taste was a shock tart, sweet and faintly metallic, like a lightning storm caught in sugar. It was the most delicious thing I had ever eaten because it didn't taste like a standardized ration. It tasted like itself. We stayed with them for an hour, sharing the warmth of the bureaucratic fire. They told us stories, not the official histories of the Bureau, but the small, private stories they had hidden in the margins of their ledgers. A woman told us about the secret garden she had grown in a ventilation shaft. A man told us about the way the light looked on the ocean in a world that had been deleted for narrative redundancy. They were the keepers of the forgotten, the archivists of the unnecessary. When we stood up to leave, the young man looked at my hands. "The ink is gone, isn't it?" "Yes," I said. "Good," he replied. "It's better to write with your own blood. It's harder to erase." We left the fire and continued toward the shimmering city. The air was getting thicker, more fragrant. The ground beneath our feet was no longer dirt or stone. It was a mosaic of different textures, soft moss, smooth glass, warm sand. It was as if every biome the Bureau had ever categorized was trying to occupy the same space at once. "Yelia's," Sarah said suddenly, stopping in her tracks. "Look at the shadows." I looked down. Our shadows weren't black. They were a deep, vibrant violet, and they weren't following our movements perfectly. They were lagging behind by a fraction of a second, dancing with a life of their own. "The world is dreaming," she whispered, "and we're the things it's dreaming about." The city of light was closer now. We could see figures moving among the amber towers, creatures that weren't quite human, and humans who were becoming something else. I saw a man with wings made of parchment, and a child who was leading a lion made of starlight by a silken cord. It was a carnival of the impossible, a riot of everything the Bureau had ever deemed out of bounds. But as we reached the edge of the city, the air grew cold. A wall of gray fog was rolling in from the north. It wasn't the paper snow of the addendums. It was a thick, cloying mist that smelled of ozone and old dust. Where it touched the shimmering towers, the light dimmed. The amber turned to dull lead. The music of the city faltered, replaced by a low, rhythmic thudding, the sound of a giant heart beating in a void. "They're coming back," I said, my hand instinctively going to where the ink had been. "No," Sarah said, her voice hard. "They never left. They're just consolidating." Out of the fog emerged a figure. It wasn't the editor or the architect. It was a man in a perfectly tailored black suit, his face a smooth, featureless mask of porcelain. He held a briefcase in one hand and a silver ruler in the other. He didn't speak, he didn't have to. The air around him crackled with the weight of law. He was the embodiment of the grid, the personification of the narrow paths. He began to walk toward us, and with every step, the world behind him became ordered. The mosaic floor turned into gray tile. The citrus-scented air became sterile and recycled. The violet shadows snapped back into black, obedient lines. The survivors who had been following us began to retreat, the old fear visible in the way they hunched their shoulders. The man in the suit didn't look at them. He looked only at us. He stopped 10 feet away. He raised the silver ruler and pointed it at the shimmering city. Disorder, a voice said. It didn't come from the man. It came from the air itself. 1,000 voices speaking in perfect unison. Anomaly. Redaction required. He moved the ruler in a slow, sweeping arc. A line of gray followed it, a wave of negation that threatened to swallow the light. Sarah stepped forward. She didn't have the glass leaf. She didn't have the power of the archive. She just had herself. "It's not disorder," she shouted. "It's life. You can't redact something that isn't written in your book." The man in the suit tilted his head. The porcelain mask didn't move, but I felt a wave of cold contempt wash over us. "Everything is written," the voices said. "Even the rebellion, even the silence. You are merely a footnote that has grown too long. We are simply trimming the page." The wave of gray moved closer. I felt the light of the city beginning to fail. The amber towers were cracking, the starlight lion dissolving into smoke. I looked at Sarah. I looked at the survivors cowering in the grass, and then I looked at the ground. There was a small patch of mud where the gray hadn't reached yet. In that mud, I saw a single tiny sprout. It wasn't a music tree or a glass leaf. It was just a weed, a stubborn green thing that had pushed its way through the logic of the bureau and the chaos of the margin. I knelt down and touched the weed. I didn't have ink, I didn't have power, but I had a memory. I remembered the way the editor had looked at the mud. I remembered the way the copper fish had felt in the river. I remembered the weight of Sarah's hand in mine. I realized that the Bureau's weakness wasn't that they couldn't handle chaos. It was that they couldn't handle specificity. They dealt in categories, in types, in generalities. They knew the human, but they didn't know Elia's. They knew the root, but they didn't know the feeling of a single aching step. I picked up a handful of the mud, the cold, wet, messy reality of the earth, and I threw it at the man in the black suit. The mud hit the porcelain mask with a wet thwack. The man froze. The wave of gray stopped. For a second, there was total silence. The porcelain mask began to twitch. A crack appeared where the mud had hit, a jagged line that bled not blood, but black ink. "It's not a footnote," I said, standing up. "It's a different book entirely, and you don't have the library card for it." Sarah caught on. She grabbed a stone, a jagged, moss-covered stone, and hurled it. It struck the man's shoulder, tearing the fabric of the perfect black suit. Beneath the cloth, there was nothing but bundles of old, yellowed paper. The survivors saw it. They saw that the law was just a costume. They saw that the board was just a collection of old ideas held together by our own fear. They didn't use weapons. They used the world. They threw handfuls of grass, splashes of river water, pieces of the shimmering city itself. Every time something real touched the man in the suit, he lost a little more of his definition. He began to blur, his edges fraying like a poorly rendered image. The voices in the air became a cacophony of static, unrecognized input, system error, rerouting. The man in the suit tried to raise his ruler again, but his arm was now made of wet cardboard. It bent and snapped. The briefcase fell open, spilling thousands of blank forms that the wind immediately caught and tore to shreds. With a final, distorted scream of static, the figure collapsed. He didn't die, he simply unraveled. The black suit, the porcelain mask, the silver ruler, they all dissolved into a pile of gray ash that the wind scattered across the mosaic floor. The fog began to lift. The shimmering city flared back into life, brighter than before. The amber towers pulsed with a deep, golden warmth. The music returned, a complex, polyphonic roar that celebrated the messy, the broken, and the beautiful. I turned to Sarah. She was breathing hard, her face flushed with triumph. "Did we win?" she asked. I looked at the pile of ash, then at the horizon, where more clouds were gathering, some dark, some bright, some colors I didn't have names for yet. "We finished the chapter," I said, "but the book is infinite." We walked into the city of light. No one stopped us. No one asked for our papers. We moved through streets that changed shape as we walked, past houses built of memories and cafes that served cups of distilled sunlight. We found a fountain in the center of a great plaza. The water didn't fall. It rose, forming shifting sculptures in the air. We sat on the edge of the basin, watching the impossible world go by. "Elias," Sarah said, leaning her head on my shoulder. "What if we get lost in here?" I looked at the rising water, at the violet shadows, at the endless, unmapped possibilities of the next hour. "Then we'll be exactly where we need to be," I said. I reached into my pocket and found something I didn't know I was carrying. It was a small piece of the map, the very first map, the one that had started it all. It was blank now, the ink long gone. I dropped it into the fountain. The paper swirled in the rising water, turning over and over, until it was nothing more than a white speck in the golden light. Then it vanished. The story of the map was over. The story of the road was over. I took Sarah's hand, and together we stepped off the edge of the known world. The city did not have a name, for names were the first tools of the Bureau. The labels used to pin a butterfly to a board. Instead, it had a frequency. As we walked deeper into the heart of the light, the humming in the air changed from a singular vibration into 1,000 distinct voices, none of them shouting, all of them existing in a delicate, shifting harmony. It was the sound of a world that didn't need to be told what it was. We passed a building that seemed to be constructed entirely from the scent of rain on hot pavement. It had no walls, only a sense of enclosure that shifted as the wind blew. Inside, people, if they could still be called that, were sitting on chairs made of solidified logic, debating the color of Tuesday. They didn't look up as we passed. They weren't ignoring us. They were simply preoccupied with the sheer, overwhelming novelty of being allowed to think a thought that didn't have to be filed in triplicate. "It's too much," Sarah whispered, though she didn't pull away. Her hand was tight in mine, her pulse a rapid, frantic rhythm against my palm. The Bureau kept us in a room with one window and one view. This is like being thrown into the sun. "We'll adjust," I said, though I felt the same vertigo. My mind kept trying to find a landmark, a North Star, a primary objective. My training as a cartographer was a ghost limb, itching with the desire to measure the distance between the amber towers or calculate the refractive index of the air. I had to consciously force my eyes to soften, to let the images wash over me without trying to capture them. We reached a square where the ground was made of soft, translucent glass. Beneath the surface, I could see schools of silver fish swimming through currents of neon sand. In the center of the square stood a pillar of dark, unyielding stone, the only thing in the city that looked like it belonged to the old world. Leaning against the pillar was a man wearing the heavy, lead-lined apron of a pressman. He was holding a hammer, but he wasn't using it. He was staring at the pillar with a look of profound confusion. "It won't change," he said as we approached. He didn't look at us, only at the stone. "I've been standing here for 3 cycles. I've tried to imagine it into a tree. I've tried to wish it into a cloud. It stays stone." "Maybe it wants to be stone," Sarah suggested. The pressman finally looked at us. His eyes were bloodshot, the skin around them stained with the permanent black ink of the printing rooms. "Everything else is fluid. Everything else is optional. Why is this still here?" I walked up to the pillar and touched it. It was cold. It was heavy. It was undeniably real. "Because we need a place to stand," I said. "If everything changes all the time, then nothing has meaning. You can't have a dance without a floor." The pressmen grunted, a short, sharp sound that might have been a laugh. The board would have hated that. They wanted the floor to be the only thing that existed. They wanted the dance to be a march. He looked at his hammer, then tossed it onto the glass ground. It didn't shatter the glass. It simply merged with it, becoming a shadow trapped in the transparency. "I'm tired of making things. I think I'll just sit here and watch the stone for a while." We left him there, a man finding peace in the one thing that refused to obey him. As we moved further into the city, the architecture began to reflect the people within it. We saw a house that was built from the memories of 1,000 childhood summers, shuttered windows that smelled of salt air, floorboards that creaked in the key of a mother's lullaby. We saw a library where the books weren't written, but grown. You plucked a leaf from a shelf and held it to your ear to hear the story of a mountain that had fallen in love with a cloud. But beneath the beauty, there was a tension. The gray fog we had encountered at the edge of the city hadn't truly vanished. It had merely retreated into the corners, into the gaps between the light. I saw it in the way some people walked with their heads down, their shoulders hunched, as if expecting a blow from an invisible ruler. The bureau hadn't just been a place, it had been a habit, and habits were harder to break than walls. "They're afraid," Sarah said, watching a group of children playing with a ball made of lightning. The children were laughing, but their parents were standing nearby, their hands twitching as if they were looking for their identification badges. "They don't know how to be happy without permission." "Do you?" I asked. She stopped and looked at me. The violet in her eyes was flickering. "I don't know. I feel like I'm waiting for the correction. I feel like any second, the sky is going to peel back and a giant red pen is going to cross us all out. Then we have to make sure the ink doesn't stick," I said. We found ourselves at the base of the tallest tower, a spire of woven indigo that seemed to vibrate with a low, choral note. There were no doors, but as we approached, the material of the tower parted like a curtain, inviting us in. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of old parchment and fresh ozone. It wasn't the sterile smell of the archive, but something richer, more ancient. The walls were covered in maps, but not the maps I knew. These were maps of things that couldn't be measured. There was a map of the way a secret feels when it's finally told. There was a map of the distance between a dream and the moment of waking. There was a map of the exact shape of a heartbreak. At the center of the room, sitting at a desk made of solidified moonlight, was a woman. She was old, her skin like crumpled vellum, her hair a silver mane that seemed to drift in a wind we couldn't feel. She was writing in a ledger, but she wasn't using a pen. She was tracing her finger across the page, and words were appearing in her wake, words that glowed with a soft, pale fire. She looked up as we entered. She didn't look surprised. She looked like someone who had been waiting for a very slow clock to strike the hour. "The cartographer and the archive," she said. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves. "You've come a long way to find a place that doesn't exist." "We didn't come to find it," I said. "We came because we couldn't stay anywhere else." The woman nodded. "That is the only way anyone ever arrives here. If you seek the margin, you will only find the center. If you seek the center, you will only find the void. You must be pushed out by the weight of your own truth." "Who are you?" Sarah asked. "I am the librarian of the unwritten," the woman said. "I keep the records of everything the Bureau tried to delete, every mistake, every anomaly, every narrative redundancy that was pruned from the official history. I am the memory of the world that was supposed to be." She stood up and walked toward us. She was taller than she looked, her presence filling the room with a gravity that made my knees feel weak. She stopped in front of me and looked at my hands. "The ink is gone," she whispered, "but the scars remain. You still think in straight lines, Elias. You still look for the edge of the page." "I'm trying not to," I said, my voice cracking. "Don't try," she said. "Trying is just another form of measurement. Just be. The world is no longer a document to be edited. It is a song to be sung. If you hit a wrong note, the song simply changes. There are no mistakes in a world without a master copy." She turned to Sarah. "And you carried the weight of 1,000 dead worlds in your eyes. How does it feel to be empty?" "It feels cold," Sarah admitted, "and quiet. I used to hear the archive screaming all the time. Now it's just me. I don't know if I'm enough." The librarian smiled, a slow, beautiful expression that smoothed the wrinkles on her face. "You were never the archive, Sarah. You were the vessel. The vessel is always enough, whether it holds the ocean or a single drop of dew." She reached out and touched the wall. The map of the secret told shifted, its lines rearranging themselves into the shape of a path. "The Bureau is not gone," the librarian said, her voice turning grave. "The man you defeated was a manifestation, a symptom. The board is still there, in the high, cold places where logic becomes a god. They are rebuilding. They are trying to find a new way to categorize the light." "How do we stop them?" I asked, the old instinct of the soldier, the navigator, rising in me. "You don't stop them by fighting," the librarian said. "You stop them by out-imagining them. They can only control what they can define. If you become something undefinable, you are beyond their reach." She stepped back toward her desk. "There is a place further in where the city ends and the true wild begins. It is the place where the map has never touched, even in the dreams of the architect. Go there, live there, build something that has no name and no purpose other than its own existence. That is the only true rebellion." "Will you come with us?" Sarah asked. The librarian shook her head. "I am the memory. I must stay with the records. But you are the future. You are the ink that hasn't been spilled yet." The walls of the tower began to ripple, the indigo light fading into a soft, pearlescent glow. The opening we had entered through widened, revealing a path that led away from the city toward a horizon that was a riot of impossible colors, colors that hurt to look at, colors that felt like music, colors that smelled of home. We stepped out of the tower and back into the square. The pressman was still there, sitting by his stone. He looked up and waved a hand, a slow, tired gesture of solidarity. We began to walk. The city fell away behind us, its amber towers and woven light becoming a shimmering haze on the horizon. The ground beneath our feet became more erratic, sometimes grass, sometimes fur, sometimes a surface that felt like walking on the surface of a bubble. The air was thick with the scent of things that hadn't been invented yet, the smell of a first kiss, the smell of a sudden realization, the smell of the very first fire ever lit by a human hand. As the sun, or whatever the light source was now, began to set, the sky turned a deep, bruised gold. We stopped by a river that flowed upward, its water a collection of liquid jewels that hummed as they tumbled over one another. Sarah sat down by the bank and dipped her hand into the water. The jewels broke around her fingers, sending sparks of light dancing into the air. "Lilias," she said, her voice soft. "I think I'm starting to hear it." "Hear what?" I asked, sitting beside her. "The new song. It's not loud, it's not a transmission, it's just a hum, like the world is breathing." I closed my eyes and listened. At first, I heard nothing but the rush of my own blood, but then slowly I felt it, a vibration in the earth, a resonance in the air. It wasn't a command, it wasn't a correction, it was an invitation. I reached out and took her hand. Our shadows, still violet and still lagging behind us, merged into a single, complex shape on the glowing ground. "We're not on the map anymore," I whispered. "No," she said, leaning her head against mine. "We're the ones drawing the map now, and I think I'd like to use a lot of different colors." We stayed there for a long time, watching the upward flowing river and the impossible stars that were beginning to blink into existence, stars that weren't fixed points of light, but swirling galaxies of thought and feeling. The bureau was behind us. The board was a fading echo. The sky was no longer a ceiling, it was a beginning. In the distance, I saw a bird. It wasn't a bird from the bureau's catalog. It had wings of gossamer and a tail that left a trail of silver dust in the air. It flew in a chaotic, beautiful pattern, dipping and soaring without any apparent destination. It wasn't going anywhere, it was just flying. I looked at Sarah, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the need to know what happened next. I didn't need to know the route. I didn't need to know the destination. The world was unmapped, and for the first time, I wasn't lost. The silence of the wild was not an absence of sound, but an absence of expectation. In the bureau, silence was the heavy, suffocating pressure of a room waiting for a command, or the terrifying stillness of a record being erased. Here, the silence was a vast, open lung, breathing in the scent of the silver dust trails and the upward-rushing river. We slept that night on a bed of moss that felt like it was woven from the softest parts of a dream. When I woke, the sky was the color of a bruised plum, streaked with veins of electric lime. Sarah was already awake, sitting by the river, her fingers tracing patterns in the air. Where her fingertips passed, the light lingered, forming glowing threads that drifted for a moment before dissolving. "I was thinking about the cartographers," I said, sitting up. The stiffness that usually lived in my joints, the legacy of years spent hunched over drafting tables, was gone. My body felt light, almost porous. They used to say that the edge of the map was where the mind ended, that anything beyond the border was just madness or static. Sarah didn't look back, but her hand paused in its tracing. They were right in a way. If you try to see this through their eyes, it is madness. It's a riot. But if you stop trying to see it and just start feeling it. She turned, and her eyes were no longer just violet. They seemed to hold the reflection of the entire shifting horizon. "Elias, I can feel the earth thinking. It's not like us. It's not words. It's just growth." It's the feeling of a seed deciding which way is up. We stood and began to walk again, deeper into the unmapped. The landscape was no longer a series of locations, but a series of moods. We passed through a forest where the trees were made of frozen lightning, their branches jagged and brilliant, casting shadows that crackled when we stepped on them. The air here tasted of copper and ozone, a sharp, bracing cold that made my lungs tingle. Beyond the forest lay a plain of tall, white grass that sang when the wind moved through it. It wasn't a song of words, but a low, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated in the soles of our feet. As we walked, the grass parted before us, not because we were pushing it, but because it seemed to be curious, leaning away to get a better look at the two strange, solid creatures moving through its midst. The librarian said the board is rebuilding, Sarah said, her voice cutting through the thrumming grass. How can they build here? There's nothing to anchor their logic to. They don't need an anchor, I replied, looking up at a cloud that was slowly folding itself into the shape of a geometric solid, a cube of vapor that looked jarringly out of place against the fluid sky. They bring their own. They'll try to plant pillars of fact in the middle of the flux. They'll try to build walls of certainty to keep the wild out. They don't need the world to be stable. They just need their perception of it to be rigid. As if summoned by the thought, a flicker of gray appeared on the horizon. It wasn't the soft, shifting fog of the city's edge. This was a hard, flat line, a horizontal gash of slate gray that didn't belong in a world of curves and light. It looked like a smudge of lead pencil on a watercolor painting. We stopped. The singing grass went silent. "Is that them?" Sarah whispered. "It's a boundary," I said, my heart sinking. I knew that gray. I had spent my life drawing it. It was the color of a finished report, the color of a closed door. They're trying to fence it in. We moved toward the gray line, our pace quickening. As we drew closer, the transition became clearer. On our side, the world was a riot of indigo and gold, of singing grass and lightning trees. On the other side of the line, the world simply stopped. There was a wall, perhaps 10 feet high, made of the same reinforced concrete that formed the foundations of the Bureau's headquarters. It stretched in both directions, a perfectly straight line that ignored the contours of the land. Behind the wall, the vibrant colors of the wild were being smothered. A team of men in gray coveralls, not the porcelain-masked figures of the elite, but the rank-and-file laborers of the Bureau, were systematically spraying a thick, dull liquid onto the ground. Wherever the liquid touched, the glowing moss turned to gray ash. The upward-flowing water of a small stream was being diverted into a heavy iron pipe, forced to flow downward, governed once again by the laws of gravity and the requirements of plumbing. "They're terraforming it," Sarah said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fury. "They're turning it into a parking lot." "Worse," I said, "they're turning it into a definition." A man at the top of the wall spotted us. He wasn't wearing a mask, just a standard-issue visor. He held a megaphone to his lips, and the sound that came out was distorted, stripped of all timbre. "Prohibited area. Narrative breach detected. Please remain stationary for classification." "We're not staying for anything," Sarah shouted back, but her voice seemed thin against the encroaching wall of gray. The laborers didn't stop. They moved with a terrifying mechanical efficiency. One of them held a device that looked like a surveyor's transit, but instead of measuring distance, it was projecting a grid of red laser lines onto the air. Where the lines intersected, the reality of the wild seemed to stutter and freeze. A flower made of spun glass would be hit by a red beam and suddenly become a common, dusty daisy, or worse, a plastic imitation of one. They're collapsing the possibilities, I realized. They're forcing the wild to choose a single, boring form. We have to stop them, Sarah said, stepping toward the wall. We can't let them do this again, not here. How? I asked, looking at the sheer scale of the construction. The wall was growing even as we watched, the concrete setting instantly. We don't have weapons, Sarah. We're just two people who ran away. We're not just people, she said, turning to me. The violet in her eyes was now a steady, burning flame. I was the archive, Elias. I remember how they built the first world. I remember the blueprints. If I know how they put it together, I know where the cracks are. She reached out and touched the gray wall. For a moment, nothing happened. The concrete remained cold and indifferent. Then she closed her eyes, and a soft hum began to emanate from her skin. It wasn't the sound of the singing grass. It was a dissonant, grinding noise, the sound of a machine being forced to run in reverse. The section of the wall beneath her hand began to flicker. It turned from solid concrete to a series of mathematical equations, then to a set of architectural drawings, and finally to a pile of unrefined sand and water. The transformation spread outward like a ripple in a pond. The man with the megaphone shouted something, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of the wall dissolving. The laborers scrambled back as their straight lines began to warp and curve. The red laser grid shattered, the beams bending into useless loops of light. "It's not enough to break it," Sarah gasped, her face pale with the effort. "The Bureau is built on the idea that there is only one right answer. We have to give them too many answers." She grabbed my hand, and I felt a jolt of energy that nearly knocked me off my feet. It wasn't electricity, it was information. I saw the wall not as a physical object, but as a rigid thought. I saw the laborers not as men, but as narrow perspectives. "Think of something else," Sarah commanded. "Don't think of a wall, think of a bridge, think of a door, think of a thunderstorm." I closed my eyes and reached into the part of my mind that I had spent years trying to suppress, the part that wondered what was over the horizon, the part that loved the way a map looked before the ink was dry. I didn't think of a wall. I thought of the way the river smelled. I thought of the sound of the wind in the lightning trees. Beneath our hands, the concrete didn't just dissolve, it erupted. The gray stone transformed into a riot of ivy that climbed the sky, its leaves the size of dinner plates and the color of emeralds. The iron pipes burst, and the water didn't just spill out. It turned into a flock of azure birds that flew directly at the men in gray coveralls, pecking at their visors and their megaphones. The laborers panicked. To them, this wasn't just a physical attack. It was a philosophical catastrophe. Their world was being invaded by the nonsensical. They dropped their tools and fled back toward the gray horizon, their boots splashing through puddles of liquid color that stained their uniforms. The man with the megaphone tried to stand his ground, but the wall beneath him had turned into a giant, sleeping caterpillar. As it shifted in its sleep, he was tossed into the air, landing in a patch of the singing grass that immediately began to hum a lullaby. Within seconds, he was fast asleep, his visor clouded with the steam of his own breath. Sarah slumped against me, her breathing ragged. The glow in her eyes had dimmed, but she was smiling. "We did it," she whispered. "We broke the lines." I looked at the wreckage of the Bureau's attempt at order. The ivy was already beginning to weave itself into the surrounding forest. The caterpillar wall was slowly crawling away toward a grove of giant mushrooms. The gray was being swallowed by the green, the gold, and the violet. "We stopped this one," I said, looking back at the gray smudge on the horizon. It was still there, a distant, stubborn reminder that the board wouldn't give up easily. But they'll be back. They have more concrete. They have more laborers. Then we'll have to be faster, Sarah said, straightening her back. We can't just run away, Elias. We have to be the ones who plant the wild. We have to go back to the city, to the people who are still afraid, and show them how to break the lines. You want to go back? I asked, surprised. We just got out. We didn't get out to be safe, she said, looking me in the eye. We got out to be free. And you aren't free if you're just hiding in a corner of the world that hasn't been paved over yet. I looked at the horizon, the beautiful, terrifying, unmapped horizon. She was right. The Bureau thrived on the edges, on the boundaries between the known and the unknown. As long as there was a known world for them to rule, they would always try to expand its borders. The only way to truly defeat them was to make the entire world unknown. The librarian said we were the ink that hadn't been spilled yet, I mused. I think it's time we started writing on their pages. We turned away from the wild and began to walk back toward the shimmering city, but we didn't go back the way we came. We didn't follow the path or the river. We walked across the singing grass, through the forest of frozen lightning, and over the hills that tasted like memories. As we walked, I felt a change in myself. The cartographer was still there, but he was no longer a servant of the ruler and the compass. He was a scout for the imagination. I found myself looking at the world and seeing not what it was, but what it could be. A hill wasn't just a geographical feature. It was a potential castle, a sleeping giant, or a wave of frozen earth. We reached the outskirts of the city as the twin suns, one silver, one copper, were rising. The amber towers were glowing with a soft morning light. The streets were quiet, the inhabitants still caught in the transition between the dreams of the night and the expectations of the day. We found the square with the translucent glass and the school of neon fish. The pressman was still there, sitting by his unyielding stone pillar. He looked older, more tired, but his eyes brightened when he saw us. You came back, he said, his voice a raspy whisper. Most people who go into the wild don't come back. They just dissipate. We found something, Sarah said, sitting down beside him. She reached out and touched the stone pillar. It didn't turn into ivy or birds. It remained stone, but for a moment it glowed with a faint violet light. We found out that the stone doesn't have to be a prison. It can be a foundation. The pressman looked at the stone, then at her. A foundation for what? For a new kind of city, I said, stepping forward. One that doesn't need walls, one that doesn't need a map. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small, charred piece of the silver ruler I had taken from the man in the suit. It was a broken thing, a relic of a dead system. I laid it on the glass ground. The Bureau is coming, I told the pressman and anyone else who was listening, and I could feel the city listening, the very air vibrating with attention. They're building walls at the edge of the world. They want to turn this place back into a ledger. They want to turn you back into entries. A few more people began to gather in the square. A woman whose hair was made of autumn leaves. A man who carried a lantern that held a trapped lightning bolt. They looked at us with a mixture of hope and terror. What can we do? The woman asked. We're not like them. We don't have their machines. We don't have their certainty. That's our strength, Sarah said, standing up. She looked at the crowd, her presence expanding until she seemed to fill the square. The Bureau only knows how to build things that are the same. They only know how to repeat the past. But we can imagine things that have never existed. We can create a world that is so complex, so beautiful, and so ever-changing that their machines will simply grind to a halt trying to measure it. She pointed to the stone pillar. This stone stays stone because it wants to, but look at the glass beneath your feet. It's not just glass. It's a window into 1,000 other worlds. Why are we only looking at one? She knelt and pressed her palms against the glass. The neon fish stopped their swimming and began to glow with an intense, blinding light. The light spread through the glass, into the foundations of the buildings, up the amber towers, and into the very sky. The city began to shift. It wasn't the slow, organic change we had seen before. This was a deliberate, joyous transformation. The towers didn't just pulse, they began to grow new spires, shapes that defied geometry, spirals that turned into music, arches that led to different times of day. The streets became rivers of liquid thought, and the houses began to breathe, their windows blinking like eyes. They can't map this, the pressman said, a wide, toothless grin spreading across his face. He picked up his hammer, and for the first time, he didn't look confused. He looked like a man with a purpose. They can't map a world that changes every time you look at it. I looked at Sarah, and I realized that we hadn't just found a place to live. We had found a way to fight. The map that changed routes wasn't a piece of paper anymore. It was us. It was everyone in this square. It was the collective imagination of 1,000 souls who had refused to be defined. "We're the anomalies," I whispered. "No," Sarah said, taking my hand as the city around us dissolved into a new, more beautiful chaos. "We're the truth. The map was the lie." As the silver and copper suns met at the zenith of the sky, the gray line on the horizon seemed to shrink, becoming nothing more than a tiny, insignificant speck in a world that was finally, gloriously, out of control. The transformation did not stop at the square. It moved like a scent on the wind, a viral epiphany that traveled through the architecture of the city. I watched as a nearby bridge, once a static span of obsidian, began to arch its back like a cat, its stones softening into something resembling velvet. The people crossing it didn't fall, they laughed, their footsteps cushioned by the new texture of their reality. They weren't just witnesses anymore, they were participants. "Yelia's," Sarah said, her voice strained but steady. "The board, they're sensing the surge. They won't just send laborers now, they'll send the architects." I knew who she meant. In the Bureau's hierarchy, the architects were the ones who designed the cages we lived in. They didn't use hammers, they used definitions. They were the ones who decided that a chair was for sitting and a life was for working. They were the masters of the is. Almost on cue, the sky began to stutter. The copper and silver suns didn't set, but they flickered, like a film reel skipping a frame. The vibrant colors of the newly transformed city suddenly felt thin, as if a giant hand were trying to peel back the layer of beauty to reveal the sterile gray beneath. A sound began to echo through the streets, a rhythmic, heavy thudding. It wasn't the sound of feet. It was the sound of a giant stamp hitting paper. Thud, thud, thud. With every strike, a section of the city would freeze. The breathing houses would go still, their windows turning back into cold, unblinking glass. The rivers of liquid thought would thicken, slowing into stagnant gutters of gray sludge. "They're restamping the reality," I said, the old fear clawing at my throat. "They're trying to reassert the original blueprint." The architects appeared at the end of the boulevard. There were 3 of them, tall and impossibly thin, dressed in robes that looked as though they had been tailored from graph paper. Their faces were hidden behind masks of polished lead, with only a single, narrow slit for an eye. They didn't walk, they glided, and wherever they passed, the air grew heavy and the light grew dim. The lead architect raised a hand. He held a compass made of bone-white plastic. He didn't point it at us. He pointed it at the sky. "Revert," he commanded. The word wasn't spoken. It was a physical weight that pressed down on our chests. The anomaly is rejected. The parameters are fixed. The ivy that had begun to climb the amber towers withered instantly, turning into brittle black ash. The woman with the autumn leaf hair screamed as her tresses turned into coarse, brown twine. The man with the lightning lantern saw his light go out, replaced by a flickering, standard-issue bulb. Sarah stepped forward, her feet leaving glowing violet footprints on the gray-turning glass. "You're too late," she cried, her voice echoing against the leaden silence the architects brought with them. "The ink has already soaked through the page. You can't just wipe it away." "We do not wipe," the architect replied, his voice a drone of 1,000 filing cabinets opening at once. "We overwrite." He adjusted the compass. A beam of harsh white light shot out from the tool, striking the square. Where it hit, the ground didn't just turn gray, it turned into a grid. Perfect, 1-inch squares of absolute certainty. Anyone caught within the grid stopped moving, their faces becoming blank and vacant, their bodies becoming nothing more than coordinates in a system. "Elia's the map," Sarah shouted, grabbing my arm. "The one you used to carry. Do you remember the blank spaces? The parts they told you were unfit for survey?" I closed my eyes, reaching back into the dusty archives of my memory. I remembered the old vellum maps, the ones with the jagged edges where the world simply ended. I remembered the notes I had found in the margins of the great ledger, scribbles from cartographers who had gone mad or disappeared. "The fringe," I whispered, "the places where the math didn't add up." "Think of the math that fails," Sarah urged. "Think of the remainder, the part that never fits into the equation." I looked at the architects. They were the equation. They were the sum. I began to focus on the things that couldn't be counted, the feeling of a first kiss, the specific shade of blue that only exists for 10 seconds at twilight, the way a song makes you feel like you're falling and flying at the same time. I stepped into the path of the white beam. "I am a remainder," I said, my voice growing stronger with every word. "I am the decimal that goes on forever. I am the error in your calculation." The white light hit me, and for a second I felt the terrifying urge to simplify. I felt the Bureau's logic trying to strip away my memories, my fears, and my love for Sarah, trying to reduce me to a single manageable data point. Elia's Thorn, cartographer, grade 4. Status, terminated. But I wouldn't let it. I held onto the image of the forest of frozen lightning. I held onto the taste of copper and ozone. I held onto the feeling of the earth thinking. The white light began to fracture. It couldn't define me because I refused to be one thing. I was a riot of contradictions. I was a man who loved maps but hated borders. I was a servant of the board who had burned their greatest work. The grid beneath my feet began to warp. The perfect squares became triangles, then circles, then shapes that didn't have names. The architect with the compass stumbled, his lead mask tilting in confusion. "The subject is non-linear," the architect droned, his voice flickering with static. "The subject is impossible." "Exactly," Sarah said, stepping up beside me. She reached out and touched the beam of light. Instead of being consumed by it, she began to feed it. She poured into the beam everything she had seen in the archive, every forgotten story, every suppressed dream, every secret that the board had tried to bury. The beam turned from white to a blinding, kaleidoscopic rainbow. It shot back at the architect, striking his bone-white compass. The tool shattered, and the architect himself began to unravel. His graph paper robes tore into 1,000 paper birds that flew off in every direction. His lead mask melted into a pool of silver ink. The other two architects tried to intervene, but the crowd in the square had seen what we did. They began to find their own remainders. The woman with the twine hair began to hum a melody that had no beginning or end. The man with the dead lantern began to tell a story about a dragon made of clouds. The grid couldn't hold. It cracked and splintered, the gray concrete falling away to reveal a world that was even more vibrant than before. The city wasn't just changing now, it was dreaming. The remaining architects retreated, their movements no longer gliding but jerky and uncertain. They were like ghosts being banished by the dawn. They fled toward the Bureau's headquarters, the great obsidian needle that pierced the sky at the center of the city. "It's not over," I said, watching them go. "The needle is still there. The board is still at the center." "Then we go to the center," Sarah said, her eyes burning with a fierce, beautiful light. "We don't just break the lines at the edge, we break the pen." We began to move through the city, and as we did, the people followed. It wasn't an army, it was a parade. There were musicians playing instruments made of light, and poets reciting verses that changed the color of the air. There were children riding on the backs of the giant caterpillars that had once been walls. The closer we got to the obsidian needle, the more the reality began to stabilize, but it was a brittle stability. The Bureau was pouring everything it had into maintaining the core of its power. The air grew cold and smelled of old paper and stale coffee. The buildings here were still gray, still rigid, still boring. But even here the cracks were showing. I saw a clerk in a gray suit stop in the middle of the sidewalk, staring at a single blade of grass that had managed to push its way through the reinforced concrete. He didn't pull it out. He knelt down and touched it, his eyes filling with tears. "They've forgotten what it's like to feel," Sarah whispered. "That's their greatest weakness. They think feeling is a distraction. They don't realize it's the fuel." We reached the base of the obsidian needle. It was a terrifying structure, smooth and featureless, rising thousands of feet into the air. There were no doors, no windows. It was a monument to the idea that the world was closed. "How do we get in?" I asked, looking up at the towering black glass. "We don't go in," Sarah said. "We let the wild in." She turned to the crowd that had followed us. "Everyone, think of the thing you want most, not the thing you were told to want, not a promotion or a bigger apartment or a better report. Think of the thing that makes your heart ache. Think of the thing that makes you feel alive." I closed my eyes and thought of the horizon. I thought of the moment when I saw the silver and copper suns for the first time. I thought of the feeling of Sarah's hand in mine. The crowd went silent. A collective wave of longing, of desire, and of pure, unadulterated hope began to build. It wasn't a sound, but a vibration that shook the ground beneath our feet. The obsidian needle began to vibrate in response. It was built to withstand pressure, to withstand force, to withstand logic. But it wasn't built to withstand love. It wasn't built to withstand the weight of 1,000 dreams. A tiny crack appeared at the base of the needle, then another. The black glass began to spiderweb, the cracks glowing with a soft, violet light. A voice boomed from the top of the needle, a voice that was deeper and more terrifying than the architect's. It was the voice of the board itself. "Cease, this is not permitted. The system is necessary. Without the map, there is only chaos. Without the board, there is only madness." "Then let it be madness," Sarah shouted back. "Let it be chaos. We'd rather be mad and free than sane and imprisoned." The needle groaned, a sound like a dying giant. The cracks grew wider. and through them I could see the interior of the bureau. I saw the endless rows of filing cabinets, the thousands of clerks hunched over their desks, the giant machines that churned out the facts of our lives. "Look," I cried, pointing. "The foundation isn't stone, it's paper." I was right. The needle wasn't built on solid ground. It was built on a mountain of ledgers, of reports, and of maps. It was a house of cards, held together by nothing more than the belief that it had to be there. "Blow it down," Sarah whispered to the crowd. They didn't shout, they didn't push. They simply exhaled. 1,000 breaths, carrying 1,000 different dreams, hit the obsidian needle. The structure didn't just fall, it dissolved. The black glass turned into a cloud of soot that was carried away by the wind. The filing cabinets burst open, and the papers inside turned into white butterflies that filled the sky. The clerks, suddenly freed from their desks, looked up in wonder as their gray suits turned into clothes of every imaginable color. The board, the 12 figures in their porcelain masks, were left sitting on a platform of air, their masks cracking and falling away to reveal nothing. There was no one behind the masks. They were just shadows, hollow shells that had been given power by our fear. As the suns hit the horizon, the shadows vanished. The city of amber and glass was no longer a city. It was a living, breathing landscape, a place where the streets were as fluid as the people who walked them. The bureau was gone, but the world hadn't ended. It had just begun. I looked at Sarah. She was glowing, her skin luminous in the twilight. "What now?" I asked. She smiled, and for the first time, she looked completely at peace. "Now, Elias, we do what we were always meant to do." "What's that?" "We explore." She took my hand, and together we walked toward the horizon. There were no more maps, no more routes, and no more boundaries. There was only the infinite, beautiful, and terrifying unknown. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the blank spaces. I was looking forward to filling them in. We walked until the city was just a glimmering memory behind us. The ground beneath our feet changed with every step, from soft moss to singing grass to stones that felt like warm bread. The air was thick with the scent of flowers that didn't have names yet, and the sky was a canvas of colors that hadn't been invented. "Do you think they'll try to build it again?" I asked after a while. "The board, I mean, or something like it." Sarah paused, looking at a tree whose leaves were made of tiny, ringing bells. "There will always be people who want to put things in boxes, Elias. There will always be people who are afraid of the dark and the wild. They might try to build another needle or another wall." She reached out and plucked one of the bell leaves. It didn't wither, it just sang a new note in her hand. "But now they know," she continued, looking at me. "Now everyone knows that the boxes are made of paper, and once you know that, you can never really be trapped again." I nodded, feeling the truth of it. The map that changed routes wasn't just a physical object we had carried. It was the realization that the route was never fixed. We were the ones who drew the lines, and we were the ones who could erase them. We continued our journey, moving deeper into the wild. We met others along the way, travelers from the city, and creatures from the unmapped places who were curious about the newcomers. We shared stories, we shared meals, and we shared the joy of not knowing what was over the next hill. One evening, as the silver sun was dipping below a range of mountains that looked like sleeping dragons, we came across a small, clear pool. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the swirling indigo of the sky. I knelt down to take a drink, but as I looked into the water, I didn't see my own reflection. I saw a map. It wasn't a map of the world we were in. It was a map of a different place, a city of white stone, a forest of giant ferns, a sea of liquid silver. It was a map of 1,000 possibilities, all shifting and changing as I watched. Is this the next one? I asked, beckoning Sarah over. She looked into the pool and smiled. It's all of them, Elias. It's every world that ever was and every world that could be. I reached out and touched the surface of the water. The map rippled, the lines blurring and reforming into a new configuration. I realized then that the librarian was right. We weren't just the ink, we were the hands that held the pen. Where should we go first? I asked. Sarah looked at the horizon, then back at the pool, and finally at me. Does it matter? She asked. The route is whatever we want it to be. I stood up, feeling a sense of lightness that I knew would never leave me. The stiffness in my joints, the weight of the bureau, the fear of the unknown, it was all gone. I was a cartographer of the infinite, and the world was my blank page. No, I said, smiling back at her. It doesn't matter at all. We turned away from the pool and started walking again. We didn't follow a path because there were no paths. We just walked, our footsteps creating the world as we went, two small figures moving through a landscape of pure, unadulterated potential. The map that changed routes had finally led us to the only place that truly mattered, the beginning. The silence of the beginning was not empty. It was a hum, a low-frequency vibration that lived in the marrow of my bones. As Sarah and I walked, the very concept of distance began to dissolve. In the bureau, a mile was 5,280 feet of standardized struggle. Here, a mile was as long as a conversation or as short as a shared glance. We were walking through the between, the space the architects had spent centuries trying to pave over with the asphalt of certainty. Do you hear that? Sarah asked, stopping by a cluster of rocks that appeared to be weeping translucent pearls. I listened. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was the texture of thought. It sounds like rehearsals, like the world is practicing how to be. That's exactly what it is, she said, kneeling to gather a handful of the pearls. They didn't roll away. They drifted upward, orbiting her palm like tiny, frozen moons. The board didn't just suppress people, Elias. They suppressed the potential of matter itself. They told the atoms they had to be light or wood or bone. Now the atoms are remembering they can be anything. As if to prove her point, a gust of wind caught the pearls. Instead of falling, they shattered into a swarm of translucent dragonflies that spiraled into the sky, their wings humming the same frequency as the earth. We continued toward the Dragon Mountains. The closer we got, the more the air tasted of things I had only ever read about in the forbidden poet's scrolls. The scent of a storm that had never broken, the spice of a fruit that only grew in dreams. My old cartographer's satchel, once heavy with brass instruments and inkwells, felt weightless. I opened it and found that my compass had melted into a puddle of quicksilver that mirrored the constellations above, even though it was still afternoon. The needle didn't just fall in the city, I mused, watching the quicksilver shift. It fell everywhere. The Bureau's reach was a psychic grid. We've unplugged the world. And now the world is waking up with a headache, Sarah said, pointing ahead. At the base of the first mountain, we saw a group of people. They weren't from the city. They were dressed in garments made of woven light and shadows, their skin a deep, iridescent violet. They were standing around a massive, jagged tear in the air, a literal rip in the fabric of the horizon. Through the rip, I could see a glimpse of something terrifyingly familiar, a gray, windowless hallway, a flickering fluorescent light, and a man in a rumpled suit holding a stack of papers. "The remnant," I whispered, my heart hammering. "A pocket of the old realities." The violet-skinned people were trying to sew it shut using needles made of starlight. They looked exhausted. One of them, a tall woman with eyes like nebula clouds, looked up as we approached. "It keeps bleeding through," she said, her voice a chorus of harmonies. "The Bureau's logic is a stubborn infection. Even when the body is healed, the fever remains in the corners." Sarah stepped toward the rip. She looked at the man in the gray hallway. He looked back, his eyes wide with a hollow, panicked vacuum. He was trying to find a door, but in his world there were only more hallways. He was a prisoner of a ghost. "He doesn't know he's free," Sarah said softly. "He's waiting for a directive," I added, recognizing the slump of his shoulders. "He's waiting for someone to tell him which way is north." I reached into my satchel. The quicksilver compass was useless, but I found a scrap of the original map, the one that had started it all. It was a fragment of the fringe, the part where the lines grew wild and the ink bled into the paper. I walked to the edge of the rip, the cold, sterile air of the hallway chilling my skin. "Sir," I called out. The man in the gray suit froze. He looked at me as if I were a hallucination. I've lost my floor," he stammered. "I was supposed to deliver these to sub-level 6, but the elevator is gone. Everything is unfiled." "There is no sub-level 6, I told him, holding out the scrap of the map. "There is no floor. There is only the horizon. Look at the colors, man. Look at the sky." The man looked at the scrap of paper. He saw the jagged, beautiful mess of the fringe. For a moment, the two realities vibrated against each other, the gray fluorescent hum versus the singing mountains. The man's hand trembled. He dropped his stack of papers. They didn't fall to the floor. They turned into gray dust and vanished. He reached out, his fingers crossing the threshold of the rip. As soon as his skin touched the air of the wild, his gray suit began to dissolve, revealing a vibrant emerald tunic beneath. His pale, sickly skin flushed with the warmth of the copper sun. With a gasp, he tumbled through the rip and landed on the mossy ground. Behind him, the tear in the air snapped shut, the violet-skinned weavers finishing their work with a final, golden stitch. The man lay on the ground, gasping, staring at the dragon mountains. It's loud," he whispered. "The colors are so loud." "That's just the sound of living," Sarah said, helping him up. "You'll get used to it." The weavers thanked us and vanished into the trees, their forms blurring into the shadows. The man we had rescued wandered off toward a nearby stream, laughing as he discovered that his own shadow was now a deep, rich purple. "There are thousands of them, aren't there?" I asked Sarah. "Pockets of the Bureau, trapped in their own loops." "Millions," she replied. "Every person who ever believed the map was the territory is carrying a piece of the needle inside them. We didn't just win a revolution, Elias. We started a long, slow thawing." We climbed the first of the Dragon Mountains. The ascent was strange. The higher we went, the easier it became to breathe. The air grew richer, more oxygenated, as if the atmosphere itself were cheering us on. Halfway up, we found a plateau where the rocks were arranged in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle sat an old man, his beard so long it had become intertwined with the roots of the surrounding trees. He was holding a pen, but he wasn't writing on paper. He was writing on the air. "The chronicler," Sarah whispered. The old man didn't look up, but his pen slowed. "The cartographer and the archivist," he rasped. "The ones who broke the pen. You've caused quite a mess in the great ledger." The ledger was a lie, I said, stepping into the circle. Of course it was a lie, the chronicler said, finally looking up. His eyes were completely white like polished marble, but it was a comfortable lie. It gave people a beginning, a middle, and an end. Now there is only the middle, a middle that stretches in every direction. Is that a bad thing? Sarah asked. It is a terrifying thing, the chronicler said, a small smile playing on his lips. And therefore it is the only thing worth having. But tell me, Elias Thorn, now that you have destroyed the old world's boundaries, what will you put in their place? A man cannot live without a story. Even the wild needs a name. I looked out over the landscape. From this height I could see the city we had left behind. It was no longer a gray smudge. It was a glowing garden of light, its shape changing even as I watched. Beyond it, the vast, unmapped territories stretched out, forests of glass, oceans of clouds, deserts of singing sand. We won't give it a name, I said. We'll give it 1,000 names, and when those names no longer fit, we'll throw them away and find new ones. The story isn't a line anymore, it's a web. The chronicler nodded, satisfied. He handed me his pen. It was made of a material that felt like bone and starlight. Then you had better start writing. Not the rules, not the laws, just the observations. Tell the world what it looks like when it's free. I took the pen. It felt heavy, not with the weight of authority, but with the weight of responsibility. I looked at the blank air in front of me. I thought of the man in the gray suit. I thought of the woman with the autumn leaf hair. I thought of the way Sarah looked when she was standing on the edge of a discovery. I touched the pen to the air. A line of golden light followed the tip. I didn't draw a border. I didn't draw a road. I drew a bird with wings that looked like maps, soaring over a sea that had no shore. The first entry, I whispered. As the golden bird took flight, leaving the paper of the air and soaring into the actual sky, the mountains beneath us began to stir. The sleeping dragons weren't just a metaphor. The peaks shifted, giant stone wings unfurling, scales of granite and quartz grinding together with a sound like 1,000 thunderclaps. They're waking up, Sarah laughed, her hair whipping in the sudden wind of the dragon's breath. Everything is waking up, I said. We stood on the back of the mountain as it rose into the sky. Below us, the world was a kaleidoscope of unfolding wonders. We saw the great ledger's pages being used as sails for ships that sailed on the wind. We saw the architects' masks being used as planters for flowers that bloomed in the dark. The board had tried to make the world a cage. They had tried to make the map the final word, but as we soared higher, the horizon expanding until it encompassed the entire universe, I realized that the map was never meant to be a destination. It was just an invitation. Where to now? I asked, the wind carrying my words into the infinite. Sarah leaned against me, her eyes reflecting the birth of 1,000,000 new stars. Everywhere, Elias, let's go everywhere. And so we did. We traveled to the places where the math failed and the music began. We visited the cities built of echoes and the villages where time was measured in heartbeats rather than seconds. We became the legends that the children of the New World told each other at night, the two who had burned the great map and taught the world how to wander. We never found the end of the world because the world had no end. It only had new beginnings, each one more beautiful and more terrifying than the last. We were no longer servants of the is. We were the architects of the could be. The ink was dry, but the story was just beginning. The map that changed routes had led us home, not to a place but to a state of being. We were lost, and for the first time in human history, being lost was the most wonderful thing a person could be. As the sun set and rose simultaneously, painting the sky in colors that defied definition, I took Sarah's hand and stepped off the dragon's back into the waiting clouds. We didn't fall, we flew, because in a world without gravity, the only thing that keeps you down is the belief that you should be. And we had stopped believing in should a long time ago. The journey continued, a magnificent, chaotic, and endless sprawl. Every step was a new map, every breath a new route. We were the remainder, the decimal that went on forever, the beautiful error in a system that had tried to be perfect and failed. And as we disappeared into the glowing heart of the horizon, the only thing left behind was the sound of 1,000 bells, ringing in the wind of a world that was finally, gloriously, and irrevocably free. The clouds beneath our feet felt like treading on carded wool, warm and resilient, defying every law of physics I had once painstakingly recorded in the Bureau's ledgers. We drifted through a layer of the atmosphere where the light refracted into geometric shapes, floating prisms of amber and teal that hummed when we brushed against them. I looked at my hands. They were stained with the golden ink of the chronicler's pen, a mark that refused to wash away, as if my very skin had become a living document of our transit. "Look," Sarah said, pointing toward a rift in the cumulus. Below us, a forest was growing at a visible speed. It wasn't a forest of trees, but of tall, spiraling glass towers that pulsed with a rhythmic, bioluminescent glow. They weren't built by hands. They were being dreamt into existence by the collective subconscious of the people who had fled the city. Every time someone down there imagined a sanctuary, a new spire crystallized, its facets capturing the light of the 3 moons that had joined the silver sun in the sky. "The architecture of thought," I murmured. "It's beautiful." "It's unstable," Sarah countered, though her voice held no fear, only a scientist's fascination. "Without the grid to hold the consensus, reality is responding to the strongest emotions. If they get scared, the towers will turn to thorns. If they find peace, they'll turn to light." I realized then that our role had shifted again. We weren't just travelers or chroniclers. We were stabilizers. We were the ones who had seen the void and hadn't blinked. As we descended through the mist, the air grew thick with the sound of many voices. It wasn't a roar of a crowd, but a tapestry of individual songs, each person singing their own coordinate into the world. We landed in a clearing where the grass was the color of a bruised plum. A group of refugees from the Bureau's lower sectors, the clerks, the cleaners, the ones who had spent their lives in the windowless basements, were gathered around a fire that burned blue and didn't consume the wood. They looked at us with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. "Is it true?" an old woman asked, stepping forward. She was wearing the tattered remains of a senior filing clerk's uniform, but she had braided wild vines into her hair. "Is the needle really gone? My grandson says he saw the shadows of the city dissolve, but I've spent 60 years looking at the same gray wall. I don't know how to see anything else." I knelt beside her. The golden ink on my fingers glowed softly. "The walls are still there if you want them to be," I said gently, "but they don't have roofs anymore. You can look up now." She hesitated, then slowly tilted her head back. For a moment, her eyes darted around, searching for the familiar concrete ceiling, the flickering fluorescent tubes, the comforting oppression of the known. Then she saw the dragons circling the upper atmosphere, their scales glinting like spilled jewels. She saw the shifting nebulae in the indigo clouds. She let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh, a dry, rattling noise that smoothed out into a pure note of wonder. "It's so big," she whispered. "How do we keep from falling off?" "We don't," Sarah said, sitting on the other side of the fire. "We just learn to enjoy the fall." That night we stayed with them. We told them stories, not the official histories, but the small, secret things we had found in the margins of the map. I told them about the librarian and the silence that wasn't empty. Sarah told them about the way the atoms were remembering their freedom. As we spoke, the glass towers in the distance began to glow with a steady, warm gold. The fear in the clearing was being replaced by curiosity, and the physical world responded by softening its edges. The plum-colored grass grew plush, and the blue fire began to smell like roasting chestnuts. But as the night deepened, I felt a pull in my chest, a phantom vibration from the satchel at my side. I opened it to find the quicksilver compass agitated, its liquid surface churning into a violent vortex. "Something is coming," I whispered to Sarah. She felt it too. The air grew cold, not with the natural chill of evening, but with a sterile, refrigerated bite. The singing of the grass died down. In the distance, the glass towers flickered. A figure emerged from the tree line. It wasn't a dragon or a weaver of light. It was a man in a perfectly pressed black suit, his tie knotted with a precision that felt like a scream. He carried a leather briefcase, and his face was a mask of absolute, terrifying neutrality. "The auditor," Sarah hissed, her hand going to the hilt of a knife she had fashioned from a dragon's shed scale. The man didn't stop until he was at the edge of our firelight. He looked at the refugees with a clinical detachment that made them shrink back. When his eyes landed on me, he didn't show anger. He showed an infinitely more dangerous disappointment. "Elias Thorne," he said. His voice was like the sound of a stapler. "You have created a significant discrepancy in the quarterly projections. The board is displeased." "The board is a memory," I said, standing up. The needle fell. "The maps are burnt." "The board is an idea, Mr. Thorne," the auditor replied, opening his briefcase. Inside, I didn't see papers. I saw a void of perfect mathematical blackness. And ideas do not fall as easily as stone. There will always be a need for order. There will always be a requirement for the measure. You have merely introduced a temporary variable of chaos. I am here to reconcile the account. He reached into the briefcase and pulled out a ruler. It was made of cold iron, etched with markings that seemed to bleed the color out of everything they touched. He laid the ruler against the air, and a straight, gray line of concrete began to manifest beneath it, cutting through the plum-colored grass like a surgical incision. "He's trying to remap it," Sarah whispered. "He's using the old logic to overwrite the wild." The refugees cried out as the ground beneath them turned back into cold, sterile pavement. The blue fire flickered and turned into a standard electric heater, its warmth becoming artificial and dry. The auditor moved with a terrifying, rhythmic efficiency, his ruler snapping against the reality of the wild, forcing it back into the boxes it had just escaped. "Stop it," I shouted, stepping onto the pavement. The cold of it seeped through my boots, a familiar, deadening ache. The auditor looked at me. "Efficiency is the only truth, Elias. You offer them a world of infinite potential, but they are small creatures. They cannot handle infinity. They want to know where the bathroom is. They want to know when their shift ends. I am giving them back the gift of the predictable." He was right in a way that made my stomach churn. I saw the old woman with the vines in her hair. She was looking at the concrete with a look of profound relief. The sky was too big for her. The dragons were too loud. The gray line represented a safety she understood. "It's a trap," Sarah said, stepping beside me. Her dragon-scale knife